324. The old Taoist held a small snow coin between his fingers, which slowly dissipated on his fingertips. He stepped out of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and arrived at the ruins of Mount Yunyu without a sound. Even Eugenie, who was cultivating here, did not notice anything strange. Outside the simple hut, Eugenie stood with his hands behind his back under the moonlight. The masters of the Lake Mountain faction and several direct disciples had been ordered to return to the faction and were not allowed to show their faces in public. The childlike leader of the righteous faction was wearing the silver lotus crown. This was one of the agreements between the two. After the deed was done, Ding Ying had to give him the Taoist crown. The Taoist crown was called Go Qin. It was the most mysterious magic weapon in the history of the Lotus Flower blessed land. Apart from being able to protect the body and spirit of the wearer, it could also temper the body and calm the mind. More importantly, the Taoist crown could help to find the banished immortals who were hiding everywhere. Eugenie had already roughly grasped the supernatural power of Cactus Mountain View. When he was overlooking the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom from the peak of Mount Yunyu, Ding Ying, Chen Pingan, and Lu Fang were the most dazzling lights in his eyes. Now that he had the Taoist crown, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Eugenie was 90% sure that as long as he could successfully escape from the encirclement, all the banished immortals would have a hard time in the future. The azure glass flying sword hovered beside Eugenie. There was also a celestial treasure in his sleeve that he had just obtained. The little Taoist boy with the huge golden gourd on his back did not go back on his words. Those who did not want to ascend and chose to leave the city would be given a magic weapon. Eugenie found a jade scroll in the ruins of Mount Yunyu that had been razed to the ground. This was the message to heaven written by the ancient emperors and monarchs. However, the words were strange and there was no record of it in the Four Kingdoms. Eugenie knew that the answer would most likely be in the Veneration Tower or the Mirror Heart Chamber. These two places had the best understanding of the banished immortals in the human realm beyond heaven. Eugenie didn't feel anything about Ding Ying's death, let alone feel sad. At most, he was angry that Ding Ying's efforts had gone to waste, which had caused many of his and the Lake Mountain faction's plans to change greatly. You fight with the heavens, I take care of the world. This was the tacit understanding between Ding Ying and Eugenie. Their great Daos complemented each other. Therefore, the two grandmasters who were most likely to fight to the death, privately chose to form an alliance and set up the trap of the Southern Yard. The difference between the two of them was that Ding Ying wanted to kill everyone else on the list, while Eugenie only targeted the banished immortals, Zhou Fei, Tong Qingqing, Feng Qingbai, and of course, Chen Pingan, who had appeared at the end. Eugenie began to stroll under the moonlight. Every breath he took was for cultivation. This was also the reason why Eugenie had given up his peak martial arts cultivation with great perseverance and courage. In cultivation, the most important thing was one's temperament. This was what Eugenie was looking forward to. If the realm of martial arts was too low, the group of Jianghu Boers would still be oblivious to the fact that they had been rolling in the mud for their entire lives. People like Qing Yuan Shan are insatiably greedy, wishing that everything they see will be in their pockets. People like Tang Tie are greedy for power on the battlefield. They dream of one day sitting on mountains and beauties. It would be best if they could leave their names in history after death. However, they do not know that they cannot live forever. People like Lu Zong are only stubborn in terms of strength. They are not worth mentioning. It is a pity for Zhongqiu. This former friend who had gone through life and death with him was trapped in a circle. The direction Eugenie walked in was random, and the size of his steps were not fixed. When he was small, he was no different from a normal person. When he was large, he would float over 100 feet in one step. However, he never walked too far in a certain direction. Sometimes, he would follow an invisible large arc and walk leisurely. This scene made the meritorious generals of the Southern Yard Kingdom who were stationed in all directions tremble with fear. They were afraid that they would be unlucky and that Eugenie would break out from their direction. The capital was so close that they could see it just by turning their heads. This meant that His Majesty the Emperor had a panoramic view of the movements here. Once Eugenie decided to break the formation tonight, who would dare to avoid the battle? No one felt that there was anything funny about nearly 10,000 elite soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom surrounding and suppressing a child. Who would have thought that a battle between two grandmasters could make a Unium mountain disappear? They were just people of flesh and blood who were proficient in battle formations. If they died on the battlefield, they would die without regrets. But to die in the blink of an eye or under the sleeves of these immortals. They might not even be able to see the other party's shadow before they died, leaving behind piles and piles of bones. What the F***ck was going on? Of course, Eugenie did not care about the thoughts of the soldiers of the Southern Yard Kingdom. There were only two people that he truly cared about. That was Tong Qingqing, who had not yet made a move. On the city wall, when she pulled out the sword from the broken mirror, Eugenie felt a trace of danger. The person that Eugenie feared more than her was, of course, Chen Pingon, who killed old Demon Ding head-on. Eugenie was not afraid of being surrounded by the army. He was not even afraid of being caught and killed by Tong Qingqing. Only Chen Pingon was someone that Eugenie did not dare to lower his guard. As for why Chen Pingon did not stop him from absorbing the spiritual qi here and allowed him to steadily increase his state, Eugenie could not understand. Could it be that he was injured so badly in the battle with Ding Ying that he was just an embroidered pillow? So, when Chen Pingon stopped when he entered the city, he was actually deliberately mystifying and deceiving everyone on the city wall. Eugenie stopped and looked at the silhouette of the city under the moonlight. In the end, he gave up the idea of investigating. Once Chen Pingon joined forces with Mirror Heart Chamber and Zhong Qiu, it would be a real disaster. At that time, with Tang Tie and Qing Yuanshan's temperament as fence-sitters, they would definitely change their rudder and completely side with the Southern Yard Kingdom. Eugenie returned to the hut and stretched out his hand. His palm gently brushed across the blade of the colored glass flying sword. He was now able to ride a sword and travel far away with the grace of an immortal. However, compared to the true carefree travel recorded in the books, it was too far away. It was a pity that he could not fly too high or travel too far with the wind. Eugenie looked up at the bright moon. One day, he would be able to ride a sword above the human world and look down at the mountains and rivers. Only the sun, the moon, and the stars were higher than him. Eugenie suddenly lowered his gaze. On the incomplete city wall of the capital, he could not see the faces of the people clearly. However, in Eugenie's eyes, there was a bright light that was extremely eye-catching. Eugenie sneered, "They're here already." On the city wall, there was a young female Taoist priest with a sword on her back. She sat cross-legged on an arrow step. In one hand, she held a steaming clay pot. The aroma permeated the air. Her chopsticks flew as she ate while muttering, "Oh my God, this thing is really delicious. It's just too spicy. No, next time I can't buy 2 bowls at once." At the city gate below, several horses galloped out to deliver a military order personally issued by His Majesty the Emperor. The imperial guards and the 3 capital garrisons, except for the army responsible for guarding the south gate of the capital, were to withdraw from their stations and retreat 20 miles. It was as if they were making space for someone. For Eugenie and the beautiful female Taoist priest on the city wall. She buried her head in the food and occasionally glanced in the direction of Yaonyu Mountain. If Eugenie fled now, there was nothing she could do. She could not catch up with him. She placed the clay pot beside her and placed a pair of chopsticks on top of it. The female Taoist priest of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, stood up and patted her stomach. She was full of regret. This supper is a bit too much. I've gained 2 pounds. Sigh, Van Wainer, rice bowl. You're a rice bowl, aren't you? When it began, the 3 Southern Garden elites began to move their stations slowly. The female Taoist priest, Huang Ting, stared at Eugenie with sharp eyes. She wiped her mouth and said softly, I think I'll be thin again after this battle. Chen Pingan, who was sleeping soundly on the roof, was awakened by the huge commotion outside the city. He looked to the south and saw 2 bright sword lights reflecting each other. It was Eugenie's colored glass flying sword and Huang Ting's sword in the mirror. Chen Pingan did not return to his residence to get the long qi. Instead, he took out a sword and a knife from Flying Sword 15 and hung them around his waist. They were Do Ziji's sword, Infatuation, and the narrow knife, Ceasing Snow, which had been passed down from generation to generation in the Eagle Castle. He swept away, his figure like a wisp of smoke. Zhong Qiu was already standing on the city wall. Chen Pingan came to the side of the Southern Garden Imperial tutor. Chen Pingan asked, They're fighting just like that? Zhong Qiu nodded and said, Huang Ting is a cultivator from your hometown. Her perception of spiritual qi is far better than ours. Chen Pingan said, Does she think that Eugenie will lose if she keeps swallowing spiritual qi like a whale? Zhong Qiu said helplessly, Of course not. If so, Huang Ting would have attacked long ago. According to her, she deliberately waited until Eugenie was full before attacking, so that Eugenie would not have an excuse if he lost. Chen Pingan really could not understand the thoughts of the crown nun of Mount Taiping. How could she treat a matter of life and death as child's play, when it came to her? On the other hand, Chen Pingan himself, from the battle on the street, from Ma Xian, the people woman, and the smiling face, he had been testing the depth of this world while hiding his strength time and time again. Then he schemed against the Bird's Eye Peak land boat, and finally Zhong Qiu and Ding Ying. Every step he took was meticulous and careful, and every punch he threw was steady and steady. Although he did not understand her thoughts, Chen Pingan still admired and envied Huang Ting in his heart. In Jianghu, if one could do it regardless of life and death, one should be so fearless of death. Chen Pingan told Zhong Qiu about the books on bridge construction, and Zhong Qiu agreed with a smile. Then there was the matter of the people woman and the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. For an imperial tutor, finding a scholar who stayed in the capital to participate in the imperial examination was also a small matter. However, Zhong Qiu did not agree immediately. Instead, he asked, Are you sure you want to see that scholar? Chen Pingan said, Whether I see him or not, we'll see when the time comes. Only then did Zhong Qiu nod. The 2 of them looked in the direction of Yunyu Mountain. Eugenie and Huang Ting, the 2 great grandmasters who were firmly in the top 3 in the world, were fighting more and more fiercely. Often, a wisp of sword light could be dozens of feet long, or even dozens of feet long. They probably felt that the place where Chen Pingan and Zhong Qiu stood side by side was the safest place in the world. Empress Zhou Shuzhen, Crown Prince Wei Yan, Princess Wei Jin, and a white-haired old general, under the close escort of the imperial guards, climbed up the city wall and headed straight for the 2 of them. Zhou Shuzhen naturally did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhong Qiu. The 2 of them exchanged greetings without any loss of etiquette. When Wei Jin saw the imperial tutor, she trembled with fear. There was no other way. Zhong Qiu was one of her teachers. The first time the princess was beaten was also because of the imperial tutor. At that time, the little girl was crying and snot all over her face. She went to find her father and mother who were playing chess. One said that the punishment was good, the other said that the punishment was too light. After that, Wei Jin feared the imperial tutor like a wolf, a tiger, or a leopard. For the old general to be able to travel with these three nobles, he must be the most prestigious old man in the Nanyuan kingdom. Sure enough, when Zhong Qiu saw him, he directly called out his name and greeted him. "Lu Shao, why are you here?" The old general was dressed in armor and full of energy. He snorted coldly and said, "Most of the Jingji soldiers outside are great men trained by me. What's wrong with me taking off my armor and returning home? I admit that I can't break through the enemy lines on the battlefield, but I, Lu Shao, have not lost my ability to mobilize troops and punish generals. It's fine if you don't let me out of the city, but can't I send them off with my eyes?" The old man slapped the top of the city wall and said angrily, "Why can't you flying Jianghu grandmasters stop for a moment?" The fights were so noisy that more than half of the people in the capital couldn't sleep well, especially that banished immortal in a white robe. He bragged that he was so divine that even old Demon Ding was defeated by him. He was so handsome that my two grandchildren kept asking me if I knew him. One said that she wanted to learn from immortal Master Qin, and the other said that she wanted to see a hero. I don't know him. If I see that white-robed man, I will point at his nose and scold him half to death. Let's not talk about other things, but that name is really not good. Zhong Qiu held back his laughter. The old man was so angry that he frowned and was about to curse. Zhong Qiu waved his hand and said, "That's enough. The Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Princess are all here. You, Lu Shao, should stop scolding." The old general sullenly stopped. Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He thought that the old general was a straightforward person, but his temper was a bit hot. Lu Shao caught a glimpse of the young man's line of sight. The angry old general glared at him and said, "Boy, what are you looking at? How dare you laugh at me?" Chen Pingan didn't talk back. He just took off the flagon and took a sip of wine. The old general mistakenly thought that this person was a Jianghu man. Since he could stand with Zhong Qiu, he was most likely a young master with good martial arts skills. He said earnestly, "Boy, look at you. You look like a scholar. I'm not taking advantage of my seniority, but I, Lu Shao, am very good at judging people. I sincerely advise you not to wander around Jianghu in the future. I don't expect you to go to the battlefield to make a name for yourself. You don't need to die on the battlefield. You just need to learn more from our imperial tutor. Of course, only learn from his side of the sage of literature." What's so good about being a Wu grandmaster? Chen Pingan was speechless. He squeezed out a smile, nodded awkwardly, and took another sip of wine. Although the old man was hot-tempered and his words were not pleasant to hear, he was actually very kind. Princess Wei Jin covered her mouth and snickered. She knew the identity of this young man. She had seen him once at the restaurant in Zhuiyuan Alley. But the old general only knew that the young man who killed old Demon Ding was wearing a white robe, could fly a sword, and knew magic arts. He didn't know that the guy he threatened to scold was far away in the sky but right in front of him. Even the old general, who was quite disgusted with Jianghu, couldn't help but secretly sigh when he saw the sword light on the Black Ox Mountain. What a real immortal. But the stubborn old general didn't let go of any opportunity to teach the young man who had gone astray. He turned his head and advised, "See, this is the demeanor of a grandmaster. How many years will it take for you to reach this level? Even if I give you 100 years, you won't be able to do it. So, it's better to give up martial arts and pursue literature. If one day you understand and are willing to throw away your pen and join the army, that's even better. As long as I'm not in the coffin at that time, you can come to me and I'll personally recommend you. You can choose any elite border army of the Nanyuan kingdom." The old general's saliva splattered everywhere. Chen Pingan wiped his face and sighed. He had to tell the old general his name. "My name is Chen Pingan." The old general snorted. What's wrong with your name being Chen Pingan? It's not a family name. I'm familiar with all the high-ranking officials of the Nanyuan Kingdom. The old general suddenly stopped talking and nodded with a straight face. He gave a thumbs up and pretended to be stupid. Good name. Then the old general acted as if nothing had happened. He silently walked to Zhongqiu's side and then silently moved until he reached the crown prince's side. The old general planned to not speak for a while and practice silent meditation. Chen Pingan watched the Battle of the Black Ox Mountain for a while and said, "I'll go first." Of course, no one stopped him. After about half an hour, Zhongqiu saw some clues about the battle. He smiled and said with emotion, "Previously, the odds were 50-50. Now, it's much worse than him." Zhou Shuzhen still couldn't see anything, and neither could Crown Prince Wei Yan. As for the old General Liu Xiao and Princess Wei Zhen, they were even more confused. Liu Xiao wondered, Imperial tutor, he left just like that. Zhongqiu smiled. As long as Chen Pingan is willing to appear on the city wall tonight, Eugenie won't dare to act recklessly. At this point, Zhongqiu turned his head and sighed in his heart. Didn't he say that he wouldn't care about anything? When Chen Pingan quietly returned to the courtyard, the sky was still dark. These days, the little lotus girl had been curled up in the golden wine robe and slept more and more soundly. Chen Pingan didn't wear the golden wine robe back. When he entered the room, he found that the little girl's breathing was becoming more and more stable. She changed her sleeping position and Chen Pingan helped to roll up the corner of the golden wine robe. Chen Pingan walked out of the room. The skinny little girl was sitting on a small stool and leaning against the door. She frowned in her sleep. Chen Pingan could even vaguely see from her sleeping position that she was very wary of the world despite her young age. Chen Pingan clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees, quietly waiting for dawn. The old Taoist suddenly appeared and stood beside him, one standing and the other sitting. The old Taoist went straight to the point. Since you're carrying Chen Qingdo's long qi sword, I'll make an exception and let you enter this blessed land with your body and soul intact. As for why you're here, of course I can figure it out. It's not difficult for me to help you rebuild the longevity bridge, but there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. The old Taoist pointed at Chao Qinglong's room. I heard your conversation with that child about right and wrong, so I knew about your relationship with the old Shuozai. After all, I'm the first person in the world to know about the old Shuozai's order. How dare you mislead my child with such a muddled account? At this point, the old Taoist sneered. So I decided to raise the bar a little. That's why the encirclement happened and Ding Ying imprisoned the Fangsuan item. If you're not capable enough and die here, then leave the long qi sword behind and I won't make things too difficult for you. At most, I'll keep you here for a few decades. You can return to how you came, and you don't have to worry about your soul and body. I don't get along with the old Shuozai, so I won't vent my anger on you. But there must be rules. Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. I see. The old Taoist sneered. Later on, there was an expert from the school of Yin Yang, and he was quite an expert. One time, he acted ambiguously and stepped on my bottom line. So I tolerated him and didn't argue with him. But his disciple, who was born with the body of the fish of Yin Yang, didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He possessed Fan Weiner twice, trying to warn you and tell you the way to leave the blessed land. So I destroyed the other two treasures on your body. Chen Pingan asked, is it the paper figurine town and the northern Jin kingdom? The old Taoist smiled. You're not that stupid after all. These two places are the work of that person. It's quite interesting. As for why he was willing to act, you've suffered in his hands before. Chen Pingan's forehead was covered in sweat. It was a fear that came from the bottom of his heart. It was smaller than life and death. Life and death were often decided in an instant. Chen Pingan's fear was like being in a white fog. One wrong step and he would fall off a cliff. Then, there would be someone standing at the edge of the cliff, looking at him coldly. That person. Chen Pingan only remembered now. It was the honest man who brushed shoulders with him at the Eagle Fortress. The man even grinned at him. It was also the man who sold candied haws when he was young. That good man with a smile. At the Eagle Fortress, Chen Pingan felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember. What Chen Pingan remembered was not the man's appearance, but his smile. From the Pearl Grotto heaven to the Tongya continent. Chen Pingan raised his arm and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The old Taoist asked, "You finally remember who it is? Then, do you understand?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I understand why he reminded me out of kindness. He doesn't want me to enter the lotus flower blessed land that he can't control. He's just afraid of you, old senior, so he doesn't dare to act brazenly." The old Taoist nodded and said, "It's a little better than being stupid. You're actually only half right. That person doesn't have any evil intentions towards you. Otherwise, with your luck, how could you find the little lotus flower person?" The old Taoist asked again, "I can solve this situation, but others can't. But you only know the truth now. Isn't it strange?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said without hesitation, "It's not strange. If it was in the past, it wouldn't be strange either. After all, it's not strange that I don't know anything. But after coming to the lotus flower blessed land, connecting it to the people and things I met during my 2 travels, I've thought it through." The old Taoist nodded and said, "Then you're a little smart now." Chen Pingan asked, "When can I leave the lotus flower blessed land?" The old Taoist smiled and said, "You should ask when you can leave the Nanyuan kingdom first." This time, the old Taoist didn't keep him in suspense. "When the Nanyuan kingdom's capital is over, I'll take you to see the world." Chen Pingan took down the wine jug and hung it in the air. He didn't drink it. He couldn't help but muster up his courage and asked, "Why?" The old Taoist chuckled, "Old senior's Tao is very powerful. It's very boring." 325. Chen Pingan applied what he had learned from the old general, Liu Xiao, and pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the old Taoist's words. When Chen Pingan finished drinking, the old Taoist had already disappeared from the small courtyard. The old Taoist was always elusive, and Chen Pingan could do nothing about it. At dawn, the skinny little girl who was sleeping against the door of the woodshed had already woken up. She saw the rich man in the white robe strolling in the courtyard with his eyes closed like a blind man. One of his palms was open with the palm facing up, resting on his abdomen, and the other hand was clenched in front of his chest. His steps were small and slow. It was as if he was hesitating whether or not he should punch her palm. She waited in boredom, feeling that he would punch her. It would be great if this fellow's eyes were really blind. It would be even better if he accidentally punched through his own palm with a smack. At the thought of this, the skinny little girl was a little happy. She was afraid that he would see through her, so she quickly put on a straight face and deliberately yawned. Chen Pingan opened his eyes and removed the strange posture. He had learned it from Ding Ying. The reason why he brought it up today was that he felt that the female ghost in the wedding dress, the blind old Taoist with 2 disciples, had learned the thunder method, which required a heavy punch to pound the Qi mansion. It was a little similar to Ding Ying's. Chen Pingan did not look at the little girl, nor did he stop walking. He continued to immerse himself in the pinnacle stance that Zhong Qiu had comprehended. He said, "Go and see if Chao Qinglang's school is open. If the headmaster has not started teaching again, ask the neighbors nearby when the class will start." The little girl bargained and asked, "Can I go after breakfast? I'm hungry and can't walk." Chen Pingan said indifferently, "When you come back, fill the water tank in the kitchen and you'll have food." The little girl stared at Chen Pingan's side face and did not see that he was joking. She deliberately stood up unsteadily, walked around Chen Pingan, and walked out of the courtyard. After leaving the alley, she squatted at the corner of the street for a long time, and then ran all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Her forehead was already sweating. She bent down, put her hands on her hips, and panted while facing the guy who was still walking. "He hasn't opened the door yet." I asked an aunt, and she said that the headmaster was scared out of his wits by the previous fight and won't open the door recently. Chen Pingan did not say anything and pointed to the kitchen. The little girl went to the kitchen with a sad face and took the smallest bucket. Fortunately, there was still more than half of the well water in the water tank. If it was empty, she was sure that she would not be willing to leave the bucket behind and run away. When she walked to the gate of the courtyard, she heard the sound of Chao Qinglang reciting. With her back to the courtyard, she rolled her eyes and grimaced in disdain. Fetching water was really tiring. When she returned to the courtyard with the bucket, she still stuck to the wall and carefully walked around the person. She ran into the kitchen and drew water from the well. She only fetched less than half a bucket of water. She was tired on the way back, so she poured a lot of water away. In fact, when she returned to the courtyard, the bottom of the bucket was only a little more than an inch high. She quickly turned her head to look and did not see the person. She immediately lifted the bucket and gently scooped up half a bucket of water from the water tank. Then she lifted the bucket with all her strength, tilted it, and poured the water into the water tank. Chen Pingan saw all of this clearly, but he did not expose her on the spot. She would rather spend so much time and effort to be lazy than to put in some effort. Chao Qinglang memorized a few articles and went to the kitchen to cook. Chen Pingan said that he might be back very late today. Chao Qinglang nodded. Chen Pingan left the alley and passed by Zhuiyuan Alley. The courtyard where Ding Ying and the evil Kultsia heir stayed was lifeless. It was obvious that it had been abandoned. The incense in the temple of Xiang was getting fewer and fewer. As for the martial arts school's morning practice, they were working harder than before. Shouts came one after another, and the martial arts master's voice was especially loud. It was probably because of the previous battle that frightened the common people and made them feel that the world was not peaceful. However, it also fascinated the Jianghu disciples. If there were no storms, could it still be called Jianghu? This time, Chen Pingan did not wear the golden wine. He wore a brand new green robe. First, the lotus figure had not yet recovered, so he still needed a robe that looked like a small paradise. Second, Chen Pingan did not want to show off. He even left the blade-strengthening gourd in the house and let Chui Wu and Chui Wu look after the lotus figure who was recovering. However, he hung the long sword infatuation and the narrow saber stopping snow at his waist. In this way, he looked like a wanderer who liked to play with swords and spears. Chen Pingan went to look for Zhongqiu. He wanted to trouble the Nanyuan imperial tutor with another matter. Although the big pile of books that the little girls stole from the house were all ordinary books, and the 2 immortal books bought by the inverted mountain were kept in the square-inch object, Chen Pingan still wanted to get them back. This was because on the title page of each book, there was a description of where Chen Pingan bought it and when it was written in regular script. These books that were collected from everywhere had a special meaning to Chen Pingan. It had nothing to do with what the Confucian sages said, there is a house of gold in a book, and there is a jade in a book. Everyone knew that Zhongqiu lived near the imperial palace, but few people knew the specific location of his seclusion. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was now so famous in the Nanyuan kingdom that a master of the Nanyuan kingdom who was recruited by the imperial court showed up and respectfully led Chen Pingan to Zhongqiu's residence. It was a quiet mansion in the Chongxian market. Chongxian market was the real foot of the emperor. The people who lived here were either rich or noble. The streets and alleys were covered with dense shade. In the serene silence, there was a graceful atmosphere and strict rules. It was completely different from the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs and the chattering of orioles in Zhuangyuan Alley. There was no plaque hanging in the mansion. It was not big in the Chongxian market and only had 3 courtyards. Chen Pingan thanked the master in charge of leading the way. After walking in alone, Chen Pingan found that it was not quiet inside. There were many young faces busy. They were wearing official uniforms, but according to the Nanyuan Kingdom's official rights, their ranks were not high and they were just low-level officials. The rooms were full of people. Most of the young people who were holding documents and passing through the doors were in a hurry. Occasionally, they would walk side by side and talk about things. When they saw Chen Pingan, who was carrying a saber and a sword, they just glanced at him and did not take him seriously. Zhong Qiu stood under the eaves of the main courtyard with 2 courtyards and welcomed Chen Pingan with a smile. Beside him was a young official who was reporting on government affairs. After Zhong Qiu gave a rough answer and suggestion, the 2 of them asked questions and were concise and to the point. When the young official saw Chen Pingan, he was obviously curious. However, the imperial tutor did not reveal Chen Pingan's identity, so he did not dare to investigate in private and took his leave. Zhong Qiu took Chen Pingan to the backyard. It was different from the lively and bustling atmosphere in the front. Separated by a wall, it was a completely different world. In the corner, there was a large clump of plantains. It was so green that it looked as if water would drip out. On the stone table, there was an ancient chessboard and a chess box. This should be the imperial tutor's residence. It was neither shabby nor extravagant, but elegant and simple. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pingan sat opposite each other at the stone table. Zhong Qiu said that he had already asked the officials of the Ministry of Works to collect and organize the books on bridges. As for the intelligence report on the scholar surnamed Jiang, he should be able to send it to Chen Pingan tonight. Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed and told him about the stolen books that were sold cheaply. Zhong Qiu agreed with a smile. Chen Pingan took the initiative to speak. He said that the capital was in turmoil and he still had to trouble the imperial tutor with so many trivial matters. He was willing to do something and hoped that the imperial tutor could just ask. Zhong Qiu did not stand on ceremony and said that he wanted to ask Chen Pingan to help guide his 2 direct disciples. Zhong Qiu's disciples had to join the army after they finished their apprenticeship. They had to start as soldiers and stay in the border army for at least 10 years. After 10 years, Zhong Qiu would not restrict them if they wanted to advance step by step in the army or leave the border army to travel the martial arts world. However, if they chose to travel the Jianghu, they could not announce that they were Zhong Qiu's disciples. If they were discovered, there was no room for discussion. Zhong Qiu could take back all the martial arts he taught them. The 2 direct disciples beside Zhong Qiu were young and had not finished their apprenticeship. They were very talented and had high aspirations. Of course, there was no problem with their character. It was just that they had never really traveled the Jianghu and needed someone to suppress their spirit. Zhong Qiu had been under a lot of pressure in recent years. In order to deal with the generational appointment, especially to guard against Ding Ying and Eugenie, it was very difficult for him to focus on teaching his disciples martial arts. Zhong Qiu was worried that his 2 disciples, who he had high hopes for, would remain his disciples for the rest of their lives. Chen Pingan did not mind, although he did not feel that he was qualified to be a teacher and teach others anything. However, Chen Pingan did not expect that Zhong Qiu would personally take him to see his 2 disciples. He could not help but ask, "Won't it affect the imperial tutor's work?" Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "If I, Zhong Qiu, am not here, things will become a mess." It means that I have been in the imperial court of the Nanyuan kingdom for so many years and have not done my job well. I only know how to give orders." Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu, who had led Chen Pingon out of the small door in the backyard, suddenly asked, as the imperial tutor, how should he deal with people arguing and fighting on the road. Chen Pingon thought for a while and said, if it does not affect his work, he should take care of it. Zhong Qiu asked again, and then Chen Pingon shook his head. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, according to what you said, as an official with a very high position, he can indeed take care of these trivial matters as long as it does not affect his work. However, the most important thing is that he should immediately reflect on himself. Why would there be people arguing and fighting on the streets within his jurisdiction? After some thought, Chen Pingon deeply agreed. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pingon walked on the secluded street, under the deep shade of the trees. In the middle of summer, many of the markets in the capital were like steamers, so hot that there was nowhere to hide. However, here, the pedestrians felt much cooler. Zhong Qiu sighed and said, this was originally an allusion in a sage's book. That imperial tutor told the people around him that this matter should not be handled by him. He should not have overstepped his boundaries. When I first read this when I was young, I felt enlightened and enlightened. However, the more books I read and the more people I saw, it was inevitable that I would have doubts and be puzzled. Zhong Qiu did not continue. Chen Pingon did not speak either. He only thought that if Mr. Qi or the sage of literature were here, they would definitely be able to solve Zhong Qiu's problems and explain those principles clearly. Zhong Qiu laughed and no longer felt sad. He started to talk about business with Chen Pingon. Eugenie has already returned to the sect in Songlai Kingdom and brought Qing Yuanshan, the sage of arms who secretly left the city. At that time, everyone on the city wall, except for Zhou Fei who had ascended, of the devil cult, and Lu Zong, all of us who walked down the city wall had some gains. Eugenie seemed to have found a golden jade manuscript, Monk Yun too got a white jade lotus root, and the spies in the capital did not find out what Tang Tei got. I, Zhong Qiu, got a book of pictures of the 5 sacred mountains. The things in the book are all about the immortals. It talks about how to confer the 5 sacred mountains and gather the spiritual qi of the country's mountains and rivers. However, I don't practice Taoism or magic, so this book is meaningless to me. Zhong Qiu sighed and continued, because Qing Yuanshan was hiding in the city, he missed the sound of the drum and ended up empty-handed. His disciples have been expelled from the country. However, if Qing Yuanshan himself had run slower, I would have left him here. After all, Qing Yuanshan is a vengeful person. After suffering such a big loss in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, he will definitely instigate the grassland cavalry to go south and rob. Regarding this Book of Immortals, it was still a hidden danger. Zhong Qiu could not destroy it and could only hide it carefully. Once Eugenie knew about this, he would be determined to get it. Perhaps, for the first time, Eugenie, who did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, would have the ambition to support puppets and fight for the world. His goal was to confer the 5 sacred mountains as the rightful ruler of the world. Then, he would be able to gather the spiritual qi of the 5 sacred mountains for his own use and become a real immortal on land. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pingon talked about the general trend of the world. The female Taoist Huang Ting who fought to a draw with Eugenie has already transferred the sect master of Jing Axian Chamber to the Empress. Huang Ting herself has left the capital and no one knows where she went. She only said that she wanted to find a good place to practice her swordsmanship. Empress Zhou Shuzhen will soon pass away due to illness and will be in charge of Jing Axian Pavilion. His Majesty can't do anything about it. There has been a rebellion at Jingyanglu recently and they have colluded with the remnants of the 3 demonic sect. Zhou Shuzhen has completely lost control. Jingyanglu has announced to the Jianghu that from today onwards, Jingyanglu will no longer rank the top 10 of the world. The great general of northern Jin, Tang Tie, is still hesitating whether to join our Nanyuan kingdom. Chen Pingan listened attentively. Zhong Qiu sighed. If only you were standing in that position instead of Ding Ying, who is bent on winning against the heavenly Tao. How good would that be? Chen Pingan was puzzled. Zhong Qiu smiled. Anyway, it's just a compliment. Don't take it too seriously. Chen Pingan smiled. It was not the kind of polite conversation he had with Emperor Wei Liang at the restaurant that night. Getting along with Zhong Qiu was like entering a room with orchids. The residence of Zhong Qiu's 2 disciples was 2 markets away from here. The residence occupied a large area and was called a martial arts school. It was not open to the public and was organized by Zhong Qiu's eldest disciple. He had been in the military for 20 years and became a general. Later, he was seriously injured on the battlefield and retired from the border army. Every time Zhong Qiu's disciples entered the capital, they did not dare to disturb their master and would often meet there. There was a huge age gap between these disciples. The oldest was close to 50 years old and the 2 youngest disciples were a pair of 15 or 16 years old. As a result, when the 2 of them walked to the martial arts field, Zhong Qiu could not help laughing. A dozen people, including the 2 disciples, were lively there. There were the grandchildren of the old General Liu Xiao and the 2 disciples' good friends in the capital. Most of them were children of the rich and powerful families in the capital who were mellow in character and longed for Jianghu. A few of them had already made plans to travel with Zhong Qiu's 2 disciples on the pretext of studying in Jianghu. Zhong Qiu did not interfere with this. The beauty of youth, even if a little childishness, should not be blindly denied by the life experience of an old man and should not be casually killed. Zhong Qiu looked at these children. Sometimes he was annoyed by their naughtiness, but more often he thought they were cute. Therefore, he felt that this world was not a blessed land of lotus flowers and there were no banished immortals. Chen Pingan was a little surprised to find an acquaintance among these people. It was the young woman he had seen riding a horse on the street with her companion when he was strolling in the capital. In order to make up for her friend's mistake, she threw a purse to an old woman who was setting up a stall. In order to show off her horsemanship, she fell hard and flipped over on the horse. Covered in mud, she still held her head high and was in high spirits. At that time, Chen Pingan even gave her a thumbs up, but at that time, the woman ignored him and even rolled her eyes. At first, no one recognized Chen Pingan. After all, he was not wearing a white robe and had a scarlet wine gourd hanging from his neck. However, these young people were respectful and fearful of imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. When Zhong Qiu appeared, they all kept quiet out of fear. The 2 disciples also felt a little guilty. They had indeed neglected their martial arts in the past few days. There was no helping it. These friends came rushing over, their eyes shining as they talked about the deeds of the white-robed sword immortal. They all said that the young grandmaster who had killed old demon Ding was on very good terms with their master and might be waiting here for him to appear. Old General Liu Xiao's grandson and granddaughter even swore that their grandfather's face was glowing when he returned home. He said that during the battle between Yi Yuzhini and the Mirror Heart Temple's disciple outside Qingqing City, the sword immortal named Chen Pingan was standing by his side. They regretted not meeting earlier and were already friends despite their age difference. It was a pity that sword immortal Chen was a very busy immortal. However, he promised to visit the general's residence whenever he was free. Liu Xiao's youngest grandson was only 12 or 13 years old. He would repeat this story almost every day, beaming with joy and feeling proud. His sister, on the other hand, did not repeat the same old story over and over again. However, her face was also full of anticipation and admiration. Zhong Qiu turned to look at Chen Pingan, who nodded. Zhong Qiu stood on the training field and said to the 2 disciples, "I've found a senior for you." He will teach you fish techniques. Do your best. Chen Pingan was a little helpless. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would only spar with them and not teach them anything?" Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Let's just chat for a bit. These two little fellows already know how to deal with me, their master. Whatever I say now won't be of much use. They might even take the words of an outsider as their standard." A tall and valiant young man strode over and asked, "Master, who is this senior? He's both a saber and a sword. Why can he teach us fish techniques? Could it be that his fish techniques are higher than yours?" The young man looked at Chen Pingan, his eyes clear. He smiled and said, "Senior, it's not that I look down on you, but my master's fish techniques are too high. If you taught me saber and sword, I wouldn't say that. Right, my name is Yan Shijing. I'm straightforward. Senior, please don't blame me." A young girl slowly walked behind him. She was already looking for Chen Pingan's flaws. However, she walked slower and slower because she was shocked to find that the person was just standing there casually. She couldn't find any flaws in his stance. This uncomfortable feeling was too similar to the feeling that her master, Zhong Qiu, gave her. She could see a tall mountain but not the peak. She could see a river but not the bottom. This young man in a green robe must be a martial arts grandmaster with an outstanding realm. The young girl was about to remind her senior apprentice brother Yan Shijing to be careful when the latter said softly, "I can already see it. I'm not a fool. How many people in our Nanyuan kingdom have the face to walk side by side with our master?" The young girl asked, "Join hands." The young man didn't hesitate. He said in a low voice, "Let's try to last 10 moves. Master is watching us." The young man and the young girl took up a stance at almost the same time, ready to attack. Chen Pingan thought for a moment and began to walk forward. It was just the 6-step stance and Zhong Qiu's peak stance. Just as the two were about to rush forward, Chen Pingan took a step forward. It was like a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. They couldn't move, as if they would die if they made the slightest movement. With another step, their bodies and minds were frozen. The valiant young man was about to grit his teeth and move forward. The young girl wanted to take a step to the side to avoid the sharp edge before making a plan. After Chen Pingan took 3 steps, the momentum of the martial brother and sister had completely collapsed. After 4 steps, the two were already staggering back. They were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Chen Pingan stopped and asked, "If you know that you won't die by punching, why don't you punch? If one day you really have to fight to the death with someone, knowing that you will die, won't you still not dare to punch? Then, can you only punch when you meet an opponent who is on par with you, or an enemy who is weaker than you?" The young man sat down on the ground. The young girl said angrily, "Senior, you are a top grandmaster. As soon as you come up, you use your power to suppress others. How can there be such a competition in the world, such a teaching of fish techniques?" Chen Pingan still asked, "Why don't you punch?" The young man lowered his head. The young girl's eyes were red and she began to cry. She only tried her best to glare at the stranger who liked to bully others. Chen Pingan realized that he might have gone overboard. He turned his head and said apologetically to Zhong Qiu, "I rarely spar with others. I don't really understand the true rules of Jianghu." Zhong Qiu shook his head thoughtfully and said softly, "When I teach my disciples fish techniques, I am afraid that they will make mistakes. So, I follow the principle of don't punch when you're strong too much. My original intention is that they will not fight with others based on personal feelings in Jianghu. They should not use their power to bully others, and their punches should not be heavy. More importantly, I want them to throw themselves into the battlefield in the future and have at least 10 years to serve their country. So, my disciples have always been suppressed by me. Now, it seems that I am not wrong, but I have still killed the possibility of them surpassing me. Zhong Qiu sighed and smiled at Qin Pingan. You have to change. He never thought that the young man, who could barely endure being humiliated by an outsider, would not be able to accept his master, whom he regarded as his father, admitting his mistake. Moreover, it was for them. In the young Yan Shijing's heart, his master, Zhong Qiu, was the world's truly flawless martial arts grandmaster. He was also a literary sage. In his anger, the young man suddenly stood up. However, he did not launch his sneak attack on the green-robed man. Instead, he glared at him. Come again. Qin Pingan took a step forward. However, it was not the leisurely boxing stance. Instead, he threw a punch at Yan Shijing's forehead. It was like a thunderstorm. The young man took another step back. Qin Pingan asked, "Where is your punch?" The young man was at a loss. He was dazed. Qin Pingan sighed. He turned around and said to Zhong Qiu, "Someone once told me that practicing boxing seems to be cultivating strength. It is to be a pure martial artist. However, the cultivation of the heart is very important. Since you practice boxing, you cannot talk about human emotions. For instance, Mr. Zhong, you said that you should not use your fist when it's too high. I've thought about it and found that it's reasonable. However, Mr. Zhong, you should not use your fist when it's too high. It's something that people in your realm and cultivation base should do. It's just a principle that your disciple should understand. It's one thing to understand the principle, it's another thing to do. Only in this way can you have a clear conscience when you punch anyone in the future." Zhong Qiu smiled and nodded. That is the principle. He had a general understanding of Qin Pingan's temperament. When doing something, no matter how big or small it was, he had to pursue perfection. Therefore, even if he was really uneasy in the beginning and did not know how to spar with others or how to teach them fist techniques, once he took the first step, Qin Pingan took out the seriousness of an enemy encirclement on the street. Zhong Qiu was a bystander, so he saw it very clearly. Perhaps even Qin Pingan himself did not know how confident he was at that moment. He even had a conceit that said, "When I punch, all the martial artists in the world only need to raise their heads and sigh." Zhong Qiu was actually a little curious. How did the approachable Qin Pingan achieve such a state of mind when he punched? He was even more curious about how Qin Pingan practiced boxing. No matter what, Zhong Qiu respected Qin Pingan for both. Qin Pingan was a little embarrassed. "It's just something I randomly thought of. It might not be suitable for your disciple, Mr. Zhong." Zhong Qiu shook his head and said seriously, "There are always some principles that can be applied everywhere. What you said just now is suitable for all martial artists." Qin Pingan was afraid that the boy and girl's heart to practice martial arts would crack, so he carefully chose his words. Although he was not very good at it, he tried his best to comfort them. For those who practice boxing, other than being able to endure hardships, you must be calm. Only then can you punch quickly and calmly, moving forward with indomitable will. Then, one day, no matter if you meet me, the world's #1 martial artist like your master, or a seemingly invincible opponent like Ding Ying, you will be able to punch quickly. Qin Pingan's expression was serious as he looked at the two people. There is no one in front of you. Just use your fists. The boy and girl were confused, but the grief and anger on their faces and the fear in their hearts had lessened by a lot. Zhong Qiu nodded gently. How was this teaching boxing? This was clearly pointing out a martial path. As for how far these two silly children could go in the future, or whether they could walk this martial path, it would depend on their talent and luck. Zhong Qiu said too much, but it was useless. Qin Pingan, who had retracted his fist, no longer had that imposing manner. Looking at the two pitiful boys and girls, he was a little nervous. He asked Zhongqiu, was it too exaggerated? Zhongqiu joked, it's about enough. How many flattering words do you want me to say today before you're willing to stop? Chen Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhongqiu looked at the two disciples. Yan Shijing and the others did not receive such treatment. You don't have to practice boxing today. Think carefully about why you don't dare to punch. Once you understand, you can practice then. The boy and girl cupped their fists and accepted the order. Zhongqiu and Chen Pingan left together. After Lord Imperial Tutor and the strange man left, these young fellows began to chatter amongst themselves. Most of them were comforting Yan Shijing and the young girl, but there were also some sighs of surprise mixed in. Although these outsiders knew that Imperial Tutor was the #1 martial artist in the world, none of them had seen Zhongqiu use his fist with their own eyes. Even if their families had powerful masters protecting them, their horizons were higher than the others. Thus, when they saw that person use his fist today, they still felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Yan Shijing was the first to leave the crowd. The youth was not in high spirits. He squatted on the steps, a little dazed. After the young girl chatted with her friends, she sat down beside her senior apprentice brother Yan Shijing. She spoke up for him and said, "What's so great about that? In the end, that person is just relying on his ability to point fingers at us. It's really infuriating, especially in front of our master." Yan Shijing looked into the distance. I think what he said makes sense. Master also agrees. The young girl angrily said, I don't believe that he would dare to speak such big words in front of our master, Yu Zhenyi, or that old demon Ding. It's easy to say, but it's just a punch. Yan Shijing clenched his fists. From now on, I won't be lazy. I will practice my fist techniques properly, and every day I will beg my master to teach me a more profound fist technique. There will be a day when I will make that person take back everything he said today. The young girl's eyes sparkled. She stared at the side of her senior apprentice brother's face. You can definitely do it. Eldest senior apprentice brother said that your talent is the closest to our master's. If you were given 5 more years to practice your fist techniques, you would be able to compete with Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan Wan, or Springtide Temple's Flower Hairpin Boy Zhou Shi. On the roof ridge, Zhongqiu and Chen Pingan were secretly sitting together. Zhongqiu didn't know why, but Chen Pingan had suggested that they quietly return. Then, they would sit here and listen to the children's nonsense. However, after listening to the conversation between Chen Pingan and Yan Shijing, Zhongqiu still couldn't guess what Chen Pingan's intentions were. However, this imperial tutor felt a bit of regret and disappointment. Still, he wasn't too disappointed with those two children. Chen Pingan smiled and stood up. He and Zhongqiu truly left this place. On the way back, Chen Pingan asked Zhongqiu for advice on the martial arts of this world. Chen Pingan benefited greatly from this. The two parted ways midway. Chen Pingan chose a wine shop on the side of the street. He ordered a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. The wine was the most expensive kind in the wine shop. The old Taoist appeared out of thin air and sat across from Chen Pingan. No one in the bustling wine shop noticed that something was wrong. A wine bowl appeared in front of the old Taoist. The wine poured from the jug into the bowl. When he reached out, a pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand. He picked up a piece of scrambled egg with scallions and ate it with relish. He smiled and said, "Did you just realize that you took everything for granted in the past? You always thought that you were an ordinary person. As long as others were willing to work hard, most people could reach your level today. Did you just realize that it was laughable?" Chen Pingan asked, "Senior, are you so free?" The old Taoist also gave an irrelevant answer like Chen Pingan. Then you're looking down on the person who taught you the martial arts. If you continue to follow your previous state of mind, sooner or later you'll end up in the same situation as that person. You'll look around blankly and be alone. When that time comes, you won't be willing to ask for help for fear of implicating others. You'll probably be able to get a worthy death. Chen Pingan nodded and said, "If I wasn't good enough, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking leisurely with you. I would have died here without knowing why. In my next life, even if I'm lucky enough to be enlightened, when I leave Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, no matter what happens outside, I'll fight you to the death." The old Taoist drank the wine and ate the side dishes. He said casually, "Of course. Since you've entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, if you're not good enough and die in the hands of Lu Fang or Ding Ying, unless Chen Qingdou and Lao Xiucai join hands, then I'll hold my nose and let you go. Otherwise, you can just stay here and be reincarnated. Therefore, you should toast yourself with a glass of wine to thank yourself for surviving." In the depths of Chen Pingan's heart, this old Taoist was no better than the man who sold candied haws. It wasn't that the old Taoist was deliberately targeting Chen Pingan. In fact, Chen Pingan knew that he wasn't qualified at all. It wasn't that the old Taoist was wrong. Chen Pingan just didn't like that kind of feeling. It wasn't even the way people looked at ants. It was more like a person looking at his own chicken. Whether to fatten it up and kill it or continue to raise it, it all depended on their mood. However, it was also possible that Chen Pingan wasn't standing high enough and couldn't see the scenery in their eyes. Chen Pingan drank a bowl of wine. Putting aside whether Jianghu was good or bad, the wine in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was really bad. Chen Pingan drank slowly, completely ignoring the old Taoist. He was thinking about how he got to where he was today. Even the state preceptor Zhong favored her. This time, the two of them were responsible for keeping an eye on Tang Tie, the general of the Dragon Martial Kingdom of Northern Jin Kingdom. It was obvious that Zhong Qiu trusted her. In the courtyard, Chao Qinglang and the little girl whose name was unknown were sitting on a stool. They were of the same age and were not chatting. The little girl was eating melon seeds. She must have asked Chao Qinglang for some. The shells of the melon seeds were scattered on the ground. When she saw Chen Pingan, she was a little flustered. Chen Pingan glanced at the ground. She immediately put the melon seeds in her hand into her pocket and put them away. After greeting Chao Qinglang, Chen Pingan went into the house. He lit the oil lamp and opened the two packages. The books sold by the little girl were intact and were stacked on the table. The books from the Ministry of Works were placed on the other side. Two small mountains of books, one on the left and the other on the right, guarded by the two-door gods. Chen Pingan opened the secret file. It recorded the past of scholar Jiang and concubine Pipa in detail. Chen Pingan put it back in the envelope and put it in a book. Chen Pingan began to review the inexplicable chess game. Although he had entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land this time, he had gained a lot. In the battle with the martial arts grandmaster Zhong Qiu, not only did he successfully break through the bottleneck of Realm 4, Zhong Qiu had even lowered his status and taken the initiative to punch him in the second round to help him stabilize his Realm 5. Zhong Qiu also had his own considerations and guessed that Ding Ying and Eugenie were most likely working together to set up a trap to prevent them from succeeding. But no matter what, Zhong Qiu's grandmaster bearing, martial strength, and temperament all made Chen Ping admire him. After that, the battle with Ding Ying was satisfying and full of twists and turns. It was the first time Chen Pingan had truly held a sword to face an enemy. As expected, a pure martial artist still needed to sharpen his body on the line between life and death. Even though Chen Pingan was not clear about the fifth realm of the other martial artists in the world, he believed that his fifth realm foundation was quite good. This was his foundation. No matter how much of a miser Chen Pingon was, he would not exchange it for anything. Even if he could not build the longevity bridge on this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it would still be worth it. Compared to when Chen Pingon had hoped to try his luck at the ancient battlefield ruins or the martial saint's temple to try his luck and reach the fifth realm, the result was much, much better. However, although the situation was good, there were also hidden dangers. The problem was that Ding Ying's golden body of Yin God had struck him from the peak of the Black Ox Mountain to the huge pit outside the mountain. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "If you lied, who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? You don't seem to be clear." Her face changed slightly and she laughed dryly. "Of course it's me. Who else could it be?" Chen Pingon nodded. "Then who are you? What's your surname and name?" The little girl bent down and fiddled with the melon seed shells with her fingers. "I have a surname, but no name. My parents left early and didn't have time to give me a name." At this point, she raised her head and smiled brightly. "But father told me that our family's ancestors were very rich. They were very, very high-ranking officials and managed several thousand people." Chen Pingon put down his palm leaf fan and shook his wine gourd. "Do you miss your parents?" She blurted out, "What do I miss them for? I can't even remember what they look like." Probably because she felt that saying this would be unpleasant, she immediately changed her words. "Actually, I miss them a lot. I often dream of them, but unfortunately, I can't see their faces clearly. Every time I dream of them, I wake up in the morning with a face full of tears. It's so sad." Chen Pingon turned to look at her. The little girl stretched out her hand again. "I swear." Chen Pingon asked, "Are you really not afraid of the heavens?" The little girl was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to contradict this guy. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, "What heavens, my ass." Chen Pingon stood up and put down his palm leaf fan. He walked out of the courtyard and saw a person standing at the corner of the street. That person had a silver lotus crown on his head. He had a young appearance and height and carried a long sword on his back. When Chen Pingon walked to the corner, the person had already retreated to the opposite side of the street. This was to show his attitude that he wasn't here to pick a fight, but to discuss something. Chen Pingon didn't have a good impression of this person. Eugenie, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the so-called leader of the righteous faction who secretly colluded with Ding Ying, and the unshakable second in the world. Eugenie smiled and said, "My return to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom this time is for business and personal reasons. The business is to discuss with Zhongqiu and ask him to hand over the Five Mountains Atlas. Then, the Lake Mountain sect and I can move to the Nanyuan Kingdom and won't compete with Zhongqiu for the position of Imperial Preceptor. The personal matter is to ask you if you have the so-called deity money, snow money, summer money, Gyu money. As long as you have any, I'm willing to exchange it with you. As long as it's in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I can help you find it." Chen Pingon asked back, "If I really want it, can't I find it myself?" Eugenie shook his head. "Why waste your time? After all, I'm more familiar with Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Jianghu and Imperial Court than you are. For cultivators, time is the most valuable." The gathering of spiritual qi in the Yunyu mountain was the result of the old Taoists' heavenly magic, which moved all the spiritual qi in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was definitely not normal and could be said to be a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the three types of deity money of the banished deity were the materialization of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Eugenie, who wanted to achieve immortality, urgently needed this item and only he could afford it. Eugenie pointed at the glazed flying sword on his back. "Chen Pingon, other than exchanging this sword for deity money, I can also help you collect the relics of the banished deity in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. I can even help you get the magic weapons that Tang Tie, the monk of Cloud Mud and the others have obtained. Moreover, you're a pure martial artist. Ding Ying's 3 demonic sects in Tong Qingqing's mirror heart room, these holy lands of Wulin have collected a large number of secret martial arts manuals. Maybe there'll be some that you'll like. Chen Pingan asked, when you came to the capital this time, you must have come to me first to talk about business. I can be sure that you really want to make this deal, but you also want to take advantage of the situation to suppress State Preceptor Zhong, right? Once I agree, the Imperial Tutor and the Nanyuan Kingdom will be pressured. Moreover, when you say that you'll help me collect secret martial arts manuals, you'll use your status as the world's #1 and #2 to suppress the entire Jianghu. You'll be free to search for the remnants of the banished deities' techniques. Otherwise, Eugenie, no matter how powerful you are, wouldn't have dared to risk universal condemnation. After all, the martial madman Zhu Lian and the demonic sex Ding Ying are examples. Eugenie didn't deny it and nodded, but you'll still benefit from this. Moreover, you won't have to show your face in public. I'll be the villain. Chen Pingan pulled out his narrow saber and stopped the snow. The glazed flying sword on Eugenie's back buzzed, ready to be unsheathed. Eugenie's face darkened. He didn't expect Chen Pingan to be so unreasonable. But then, Chen Pingan used the tip of the saber to pierce 2 small holes in the ground. Then, he drew an arc between the 2 points. After sheathing the saber, he asked, your original intention is good, and the result you hope for is also good, but is this the reason for you to act unscrupulously? Eugenie glanced at the arc under Chen Pingan's feet and retracted his gaze. He said indifferently, those who want to achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Today's loss and tomorrow's gain are both big and small. I have a clear conscience, so why don't I do it? During this time, how many people on the list died? More than a dozen. That's nothing. Do you know how many people have died in vain because of the banished deity? Let's not talk about those tragic battles. Just based on the 10 people on the list you've seen, how many people has Zhou Fei of the Springtide Palace harmed? Chen Pingan nodded and said, I've flipped through many books. I don't dare to say that I know everything, but I know quite a lot. Just the names of the battles that could have been caused by the banished immortal alone, I can name more than 60 of them. Eugenie said no more. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Chen Pingan hesitated. He squatted down and added 2 lines with his fingers. One was a straight line, and the other was between the 2. The arc was smaller. Chen Pingan stood up. I'm not asking you to be a moral saint, Eugenie. You don't have the ability to do so. It's hard to say that you're wrong at the moment. But let's put that aside. I won't do business with you. I have a lot of money, but I won't sell you a single one. Eugenie narrowed his eyes. Oh. Chen Pingan laughed. What, are you unhappy? He gathered his courage and turned around to glare at her. However, when she glared at him, he got up and was about to hit him with a stool. He was so scared that he quickly ran into the house and closed the door. Chao Qinglang leaned against the window. When she saw Chen Pingan glance at the naughty girl, she quickly sat up straight and explained that she was playing with Chao Qinglang. They were very close. Chao Qinglang laughed happily and began to read by the light. This was the real reason why Chen Pingan did not chase the little girl away. One morning, it suddenly rained. The little girl carried half a bucket of water that was either well water or rainwater. She had a fawning expression on her face. When she returned to the courtyard, she told Chen Pingan that the school was open. On this day, Chen Pingan held an oil paper umbrella and accompanied Chao Qinglang to the school. The 2 of them walked in the alley. The skinny little girl, who was hiding under the eaves to hide from the rain, trotted to the entrance of the courtyard. She saw Chen Pingan holding the umbrella and quietly tilting it to Chao Qinglang. The two of them seemed to be chatting. Chao Qinglang talked more, and Chen Pingan smiled and looked at Chao Qinglang. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard for a long time. 327. They finally left the bottomless lotus flower paradise. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Chen Pingan did was to inquire about the current year of the North Jin Kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountain was already 1,000 years in the world. On the mobile phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find anyone to take revenge on. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was only the 7th year of the Guangxi dynasty instead of the 6th year of the Guangxi dynasty. At this time, it was also autumn in the Tongyi continent, similar to the solar terms of the lotus flower paradise. Chen Pingan was already traumatized by the North Jin Kingdom and did not dare to stay any longer. He went all the way to the north. He had long heard of the famous peaceful mountain and wanted to take a look from afar, but now he did not have a good relationship with Zhou Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Fang of the Bird's View Peak, and the banished immortal Feng Qingbai. Chen Pingan wanted to find an immortal fairy and go straight to the Aquarius continent. Although when he left his hometown, old Yang reminded him not to return to the small town for 5 years, there were still many places he could go. For example, the old dragon city where Fan Air was, the Qinghuan kingdom where Zhang Shanfeng and Su Yuanxia traveled, the Shushui kingdom where the old sword sage Song Yushao was, the Shujian lake of Gu Kan, and the great Sui kingdom academy where Li Baoping and the others studied. In short, it was not advisable to stay in the Tongyi continent for long. Chen Pingan put away the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, is it? She did not understand a single word that Chen Pingan had said to the others. Chen Pingan nodded. This little burden was also the reason why Chen Pingan wanted to leave the Tongyi continent immediately. If he brought her along, it would be very troublesome if they encountered the bandits from the mountains and swamps. But when he thought of Lu Tai, the haze in Chen Pingan's heart thickened. That man selling candied fruits. Mountain chi cultivators, especially those that reached the earthly immortal level, would often be able to observe the mountains and rivers like a deity. Even though the immortal Taoist was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, in the end, it still wasn't something that made one feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask Elder Chui or Wei Pai carefully about this supernatural power and immortal technique. They would find out what the techniques were and what the taboos and restrictions were. Pei Qian continued to ask, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Chen Pingan laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't probe further. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. "What's wrong?" Chen Pingan asked. Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "It feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was just cleaning Chao Qinglang's house, and now I'm here." Chen Pingan glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected himself. "I finished cleaning the yard and sat on a bench to eat melon seeds." The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that the soles of her feet had blisters. Chen Pingan rented a horse carriage at a courier station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They agreed to stop at a county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. The journey would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongyi continent was very different from the lotus flower blessed land. There had been no war for a long time, so the courier station management and customs clearance were very relaxed. As long as one had money in their pocket, even if they weren't an official, they could stay in the courier station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a horse carriage, so she felt very fresh. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she lifted the curtain to look at the scenery outside. After autumn, she could often see golden persimmon trees not far from the official road. She drooled at the sight and wished that Chen Pingan could ask the coachman to stop the carriage quickly so that she could steal 8 or 10 caddies of persimmons. Chen Pingan took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 scrolls. The scrolls were all different. One was made of rosewood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the scrolls were vivid and lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual emperor's posture. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his figure was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was a little thin and small. Sui Yi, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword on his back and looked valiant and heroic. The person in the painting looked like they were looking at the painting. The chief of the demonic order, Liu Baixiang, wore a bright red armor. Both of his hands were propped in front of him. Wei Xian looked more like a monarch in the mortal world. The martial arts madman, Zhu Lian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body with his hands behind his back. He squinted his eyes and looked like a little old man in the marketplace. These 4 painting scrolls only cost Gu money. The problem was, how much grain rain money would it take for the person in the painting to walk out from it? Furthermore, the concept of loyalty and devotion was still debatable. Taking a step back, Chen Pingan was a pure martial artist. Even the magic robe, golden wine, infatuation, and stopping snow were all external objects to him. Fortunately, after traveling around the world with the old Taoist at the lotus flower blessed land, Chen Pingan had a better understanding of the affairs of the world. Unknowingly, he started to look at the general trend of the world, of the Aquarius continent, as well as the situation and position of the Lizhu cave in the territory of Dali in a new light. Regarding the matter of external objects, Chen Pingan's thoughts were no longer so extreme. Otherwise, based on his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Chen Pingan at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yi's portrait and said softly, "This sister is really beautiful." Chen Pingan ignored him and kept the 4 scrolls gently. He did not keep them into the object core in front of Pei Qian. He temporarily placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to take care of. How could it be compared to the 1st and 15th of the lunar month? With the blade-strengthening gourd, not to mention the grain rain money, they had relied on each other for survival for so long and fought side by side many times. They did not even spend a single grain of snow. Refining and nurturing swords did not require Chen Pingan to spend any effort. Actually, Chen Pingan owned a piece of dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and nurturing flying swords. However, how could Chen Pingan bear to let the dragon beheading platform, which was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yao, be missing? Fortunately, on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, Shen Lian did not throw a tantrum with Chen Pingan over this matter. However, he planned to return to Longquan County in the future and strive to purchase a small piece of dragon beheading platform from sage Wanqiong. He could not treat them unfairly. Chen Pingan would not be frugal with this expenditure, even if it was not the grain rain money but the golden fine copper money. Chen Pingan looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her off the horse carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place, wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was at least familiar with the roads. She knew which doors she could steal, which children's belongings she could rob, who she could not provoke and who she needed to please. She had her own calculations in her heart. When she arrived here, the horses were entering winter. A heavy snowfall came crashing down. If she did not starve to death, she would freeze to death. She had seen with her own eyes many old and young beggars who could not survive the heavy snowfall. Pei Qian knew that Chen Pingan did not like her. Just like she knew that Chen Pingan liked Xiao Qinglang very much. She did not want him to like her. As long as he took care of her food and drinks, it would be fine. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man in this line of work and was familiar with the roads. Chen Pingan and Pei Qian stayed at a courier house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Chen Pingan asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Chen Pingan bought some food from the courier house and packed it in a bag. It was convenient to carry it diagonally. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Chen Pingan went to his room. He took down his sword and lit the oil lamp on the table. He took out a carving knife and a small emerald green bamboo scroll. He started to write down what he saw during this trip to Lotus Flower Paradise. There was a knock on the door. Chen Pingan went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside and said timidly, "It's so dark, I'm a little scared." Chen Pingan found it funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on a lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Why would you be scared living in a house?" But Chen Pingan still let her enter the house. She obediently closed the door. Chen Pingan gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This is called Bronze Leaf Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is at the north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start to learn the elegant language of Aquarius Continent and the Dali Mandarin of my hometown." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously, "Okay." It wasn't that she wanted to learn some **t elegant language, but the meaning behind this guy's words was obviously to bring her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But what Chen Pingan said next was like pouring cold water on her head. It made the skinny little girl's expression fluctuate, and she was full of complaints. Chen Pingan picked up the carving knife and continued to carve on the azure immortal mountain bamboo slip that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and continued to carve on it meticulously. At the same time, he said to Pei Qian, "From tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you elegant language and Mandarin, I will also teach you how to read and write. If you learn well, you will be able to eat your fill every day. If not, you will have to eat less." She made a bitter face, "I am very stupid." Chen Pingan made an "oh" sound, "Then I can save money." Pei Qian secretly glanced at Chen Pingan. It didn't seem like he was joking. She immediately smiled and said, "I will learn diligently." Speaking up to hear, she leaned on the table and whispered, "Can you buy me some clothes?" Chen Pingan didn't raise his head. "When the weather turns cold, I will buy you some thicker clothes." She muttered, "It's autumn, and the weather is already very cold. Also, look, my shoes have holes. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I accidentally get sick, you still have to take care of me, it will be very troublesome." Speaking up to hear, she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out, and sure enough, her black toes were exposed. Chen Pingan put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the bamboo debris. "Go back to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Pei Qian didn't say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the next room, she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately straightened her face, not allowing herself to laugh out loud. She threw herself on the bedding and rolled around happily. Finally, she looked up at the ceiling. After kicking off her shoes, she thought of Chen Pingan's appearance and silently said, "Go back to sleep." She didn't dare to say it out loud, and then she made a face. Before going to sleep, she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. In the next room, Chen Pingan wrote densely packed travel notes of lotus flower blessed land on 3 bamboo slips. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance walking, combining it with all kinds of proper sword-holding gestures. Still, his grip was empty. His steps were silent, like a fish in the water. His fist intent was completely restrained, and his divine essence was restrained. Compared to the time when Chen Pingan practiced boxing by the Dragon-Beard River, his fist intent flowed through his whole body. It was a world of difference. Now that Chen Pingan practiced boxing, he could completely divert his attention to think about other things. After the stance walking and stance erecting of the mountain vibrating fist, there was actually the sleeping stance, Thousand Autumns. Chen Pingan already knew the theory and stance of boxing. Now that he had entered the 4th realm, he already felt that it was not difficult to practice. The key was that the essence of the sleeping stance lied in the 4 words "great dreams are like death." It would cause a person's soul to be like the stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining a complete recovery. But Chen Pingan had traveled far away twice, and each time, Chen Pingan did not dare to sleep too soundly. Therefore, he kept delaying it. He could only wait until he returned to Dragon Spring. Leaving Lotus Flower blessed land this time was really too hasty. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would definitely try his best to collect all the first-class martial arts in the world. Now that he thought about it, Ding Ying's martial arts path was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains, and could be said to be the highest peak of martial arts in Lotus Flower blessed land. To reach this step, other than comprehending it himself, he also needed to observe the scenery of the lower mountains. Corroborate each other, check for loopholes, and finally form his own fist intent. That was the true fist beyond the sky. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already begun to brighten. Chen Pingan had practiced boxing for an entire night, but he hadn't even broken a sweat. Perhaps this was one of the conveniences of having stepped into the 5th realm and having his soul reach large success. But since he was wearing his robes and golden wine, it didn't matter if he broke a sweat or not. As Chen Pingan practiced boxing, the little lotus flower figure had already recovered from its injuries. It was sitting at the table, dozing off. After leaving Lotus Flower blessed land, the little fellow seemed to have something on its mind. Chen Pingan stopped practicing boxing. He sat at the table, the little fellow's head drooping down. Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed its head, not saying anything. Comforting people was not something Chen Pingan was good at. He took out 4 more painting scrolls and spread them out on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should bet. In the past, Chen Pingan feared luck like a tiger. But now, the knot in his heart had been resolved. In fact, after Li Zhu Grotto Heaven shattered and fell to the ground, and especially after he was schemed against by sect master Lu Qin, he became involved with Yi Xiaoliang of the Divine Expanse sect. His trip to the Great Sui Kingdom was a blessing in disguise. His luck was good, and when he parted ways with Yi Xiaoliang on the Kuan ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Chen Pingan's net worth was not considered poor. Not to mention the huge profits from traveling with Lu Tai, the yin spirit that accompanied Jing Dafeng in Old Dragon City had spent a total of 10 guyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll of the bamboo of courage from him. It was as if he wanted to buy the saying, "Immortals are different, yin and yang are separated. The soul is to stabilize the mind, and the soul is to shape the golden body." So Chen Pingan didn't expect to be able to support 4 paintings. He chose one of them. It seemed that it was appropriate to make a small bet. Now that chaos had arisen, Chen Pingan really needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Old Man Chui and Chen Pingan didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. One of them was a teacher, and the other was a student. He couldn't ask for anything more. After all, Wei Pai was the righteous god of the mountains, and he had his own responsibilities. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink were still young. Moreover, Chen Pingan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was the nature of their temperament, and had nothing to do with their age. If something big happened, not only would Chen Pingan not let them take risks, but he would also keep them away from trouble. As for the 4 painters, Chen Pingan didn't have that many burdens. As for how they would get along after getting to know each other, that would have to wait until then. Out of the 4 paintings, Chen Pingan didn't know which one to choose first, but he was very sure that he wouldn't choose first. It would be the painting of Sui Yi. If Ningyao found out in the future that he was following a woman who walked out of the painting, and that he spent a lot of Guyu money, what would happen? Therefore, Chen Pingan first kept this painting into the 15 flying swords. After that, he also kept the founder of the evil sect, Liu Baixiang. With one look, he could tell that he was an arrogant and unruly person, and also the founder of the largest underground force in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. After Chen Pingan managed to invite him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless devil like Zhou Fei from Springtide Temple, who disregarded ethics and committed treason? Was he going to imprison him back into the paintings again? There was no reason to treat money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not Nashua's money, and even if it was Nashua's money, it wouldn't do. After keeping the second painting, there was only Wei Liang's ancestor left, and the seemingly amiable martial madman Zhu Lian. The latter was once the owner of the Silver Lotus Crown. This made Chen Pingan's heart beat like a drum. When he fought with Ding Ying, he almost lost his life on Mdmengniu. That was the most dangerous battle in Chen Pingan's life. Chen Pingan stared at the 2 paintings, hesitating. The little lotus flower figure sat silently in front of Chen Pingan, also seriously examining the 2 paintings. Chen Pingan couldn't make up his mind, so he asked with a smile, "Which one do you like more?" The little lotus flower figure turned its head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the paintings, then pointed at himself, as if asking Chen Pingan if he really wanted him to choose. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded his head. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the 2 paintings with his eyes wide open. Sometimes he would lie on the table and look at the 2 people in the paintings, looking very serious and adorable. Chen Pingan laughed at himself. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Chen Pingan laughed, "That's him." After the little guy got up, he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled on Chen Pingan's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was probably afraid that he had chosen the wrong one. "It's okay. I have to choose anyway. It doesn't matter if I choose the wrong one." Chen Pingan stretched out his finger and scratched his armpit. The little guy giggled. Chen Pingan took out a grain rain coin, pinched it between 2 fingers, and gently placed it on the painting of the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. When the grain rain coin touched the painting, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The surface of the painting was quickly covered with a layer of the spiritual energy of the grain rain coins. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake, and then suddenly rippled and dispersed. Chen Pingan looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. It had a little more vitality, especially the luxurious dragon robe that was connected to the warp and weft, which was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he couldn't see any more clues. How many grain rain coins he needed to spend was still a mystery. Chen Pingan made up his mind to throw 10 grain rain coins into it. If there were still no clear signs, then it would be a waste of money. Carefully putting away the painting, Chen Pingan hung the infatuation-stopping snow on his waist. He carried the cotton bag and went next door to call Pei Qian. They continued on their way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl finally opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Chen Pingan, she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Chen Pingan saw her walking towards him. He pointed at the bed. Pei Qian looked confused. Chen Pingan said, "Clean up before you leave." Pei Qian said in a wrong tone, "We paid to stay in the post house. You spent a lot of money." Chen Pingan was silent. Pei Qian could only turn around to clean up the bedding. Chen Pingan glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that, they rode on the carriage to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route. He arranged for the two guests to stay in the post house and some inns in the town. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep in the open. Chen Pingan began to teach her the elegant Mandarin, as well as some of the local customs of the Dongbaping continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuangyuan Lane and taught her how to read. While she was reading, he taught her the elegant Mandarin. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very diligent in learning. Although she could recognize more than 100 words, he could tell that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage, even if there was nothing to do. Chen Pingan ignored her. As long as he let her sleep, she could sleep for half a day. When she woke up, she would open the carriage curtains to enjoy the scenery. After that, she would sleep again. After that, it rained a lot. Slowly, the carriage finally arrived at the county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. Chen Pingan paid the other half of the money and started walking with Pei Qian. Because the weather turned cold and it often rained, Chen Pingan still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day, she looked at Chen Pingan's sling bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The ordinary cities in the North Jin Kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household registration and a customs clearance certificate, could enter the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Chen Pingan began to take her on foot trekking. Pei Qian and the hard-working Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Chen Pingan took good care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears again and again. No matter how good-tempered Chen Pingan was, he was still annoyed even if he did not want to. However, after changing into new clothes and boots, Pei Qian felt better for a few days. Of course, she did not learn any of them. After messing around for a long time, the little girl shouted and gave an aggressive roundhouse kick. As a result, she fell heavily. After getting up, she felt hungry and limped to the kitchen to steal food. She felt that she had learned a lot of martial arts and planned to practice on Chao Qinglang when he came back. Of course, the premise was that Chen Pingan was not present. Chen Pingan watched her fooling around from a rooftop. He frowned and left silently. When he chatted with her last night and asked her how old she was, she said that she was 9. She also casually stretched out her hands. One of her palms had a little finger bent, and the other 4 fingers were extremely straight. Moreover, when she came back from the well with the bucket, Chen Pingan carefully observed her breathing and footsteps. Chen Pingan walked on the street with an umbrella. He decided not to practice the pile walking in the small courtyard in the future. Jiang Quan was a child of a poor family. He studied hard for more than 10 years and was well versed in poetry. In his hometown, he was recognized as a child prodigy and a talent. However, he lost in the imperial examination. Although he was now in dire straits, he did not complain. He rented a house with his fellow villagers and continued to study diligently every day. However, between his eyebrows, there was a faint sadness. Every day when he was tired from studying, he would walk out of the alley and wait at the street corner as if waiting for someone. His two fellow villagers knew where Jiang Quan's knot was. Today, they took him to a nearby market to buy books. Although they said that they were going to buy books, in fact, the three of them were embarrassed. They flipped through some of the few editions of the sage books and glanced at some of the rare copies of beautiful women from afar. Under the impatient gaze of the shopkeeper, the three of them resentfully walked out of the bookstore. They saw a young man with an umbrella and a backpack standing outside. He looked at Jiang Quan and asked, "Are you Jiang Quan?" "I am Gu Ling's relative in the capital. I have something to ask of you." Jiang Quan's face was full of surprise. He said excitedly, I am Jiang Quan. Where is she?" Now, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was not very peaceful. This time, after she went to borrow money from her relative, there was no news of her. In addition, someone was killed in the alley near where he lived. At that time, the Yaman's attitude was very bad. They dispersed the onlookers and took the body away. They only heard that it was a Jianghu woman who died miserably. Some people guessed that she must have died in a grudge. This made Jiang Quan worried for a long time. Day after day, these days, he could not even calm down to read books. That person said indifferently, "Our Gu family is an official family in the capital." There were tens of thousands of books in the library, and most of them were brand new. Many books had been opened for many years, but the smell of ink was still the same after being flipped open. There were so many sages' teachings and beautiful poems, but no one understood them. He stood at the door of the outer courtyard of the small alley. He raised and lowered his arms several times, not daring to knock on the door. When he and Chao Qinglang held the umbrella and went to the school, the little girl stood at the door of the courtyard, staring at their backs. Her face was covered in rain, but she did not notice. In the end, Chen Pingan stood alone under the eaves, holding the oil paper umbrella that had accompanied him for so many years. It was still drizzling on the street. The old Taoist was no longer by his side. Right and wrong, good and bad, right and wrong, good and evil. Chen Pingan saw many things. He did not see a single principle that he felt was right and proper. On the contrary, many of the principles that he had insisted on in the past did not make sense. For no reason, Chen Pingan recalled that after the incident on Osmanthus Island, he saw the old boatman who had pushed the boat across the sea for Lu Qin. He looked at him and said, "You want to destroy my Tao." Before this, even though he knew that the hairpin man, Zhou Shi, was not the real murderer, he still made up his mind. According to Zhong Qiu, if there were really 5 places, he would use one of them to directly take Zhou Shi under his command and kill him with one punch. Before this, he was full of disgust for the skinny little girl, but for some reason, he did not want to think too deeply about it. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. He began to feel that he had spent money putting in an extra piece of snow. Even if that piece of snow cost money, it was next to the poem that he thought was extremely beautiful. After the rain, the sky cleared. Chen Pingan walked all the way to the well and stood there, looking down at the bottom of the well. At this moment, the skinny little girl in the small courtyard raised her head to look at the glaring sun. Taoist temple, Taoist temple, Taoist temple. The old Taoist sat in the sky, looking at the two of them. In the lotus grotto connected to the lotus blossom blessed land, a Taoist sat by the pond, looking at the three of them. According to the words of one of the disciples, he was just looking at other people's Taoism because he had nothing to do. Chen Pingon suddenly withdrew his gaze and smiled. He left the wall. Although he didn't understand anything, he did understand one thing. That annoying little girl, he had to teach her some principles. He would start from the simplest. If she couldn't understand and it was useless, then he didn't need to care about her anymore. However, he still had to teach her. After teaching her, she would at least know what was good and evil. Whether she was evil or good, it was her own business. Not to mention Guyu money, they had relied on each other for so long and fought side by side many times. They didn't even spend a single snow. Refining and raising the swords didn't require Chen Pingon's effort. In fact, Chen Pingon had a dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and raising flying swords. However, Chen Pingon couldn't bear to lose the dragon beheading platform that was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yao. Fortunately, Chuyi and Shiwu never lost their temper with Chen Pingon. However, they planned to return to Longquan County in the future and try to buy a small dragon beheading platform from Saint Wanjiao. He couldn't treat them badly. Chen Pingon wouldn't skimp on this expense. Even if it wasn't Guyu money, but gold essence copper coins. Chen Pingon looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her out of the carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was familiar with the roads. She knew which family she could steal things from, which family she could rob, who she couldn't provoke, and who she needed to please. She had a little calculation in her mind. Here, it was winter. A heavy snow fell. She would freeze to death even if she didn't starve to death. She had seen many old beggars and little beggars who couldn't survive the heavy snow. They looked very ugly when they froze to death. Pei Qian knew that Chen Pingon didn't like her. Just like she knew that Chen Pingon liked Xiao Qinglang very much. She didn't want him to like her. She only wanted him to take care of her food and drink. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man who was familiar with the road. Chen Pingon and Pei Qian stayed in a post house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Chen Pingon asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Chen Pingon bought some food from the post house and put it in a bag for easy carrying. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Chen Pingon went to his room. He took out his sword and sword, lit the oil lamp on the table, took out a carving knife and a small green bamboo slip, and began to record what he saw and heard in this trip to Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There was a knock on the door. Chen Pingon went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside the door and said timidly, "It's dark. I'm a little scared." Chen Pingon thought it was a little funny. He thought to himself, you have the guts to climb on the lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Living in a house, you're scared. But Chen Pingon still let her into the house. She obediently closed the door. Chen Pingon gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This place is called Tongyi Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start learning Aquarius Continent's official language and my hometown's Dali official language." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously, "Okay." It was not that she wanted to learn some **T official language, but the guy in front of her was clearly implying that he wanted to take her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But Chen Pingon's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. The skinny girl's face turned gloomy and she was full of complaints. Chen Pingan picked up the carving knife and continued to carve words on the bamboo scroll that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and meticulously carved each stroke. It just so happened that the 4 words, dreaming like death, would cause a person's soul to be like stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining complete recuperation and vitality. However, Chen Pingan had gone on 2 long journeys, and each time he went far away, Chen Pingan did not dare to sleep too deeply. Thus, he kept delaying it until he returned to Longquan. This time, leaving the lotus blossom-blessed land was really too hasty. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have definitely collected all the martial arts in that world. Now that he thought back, the martial arts path that Ding Ying took was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains, and could be said to be the peak of martial arts in the lotus blossom-blessed land. To reach this step, other than one's own comprehension, one also needed to observe the scenery of the lower peaks, mutually corroborating each other, finding and filling in the gaps. Finally, it became one's own fished intent. That was the true definition of a fish beyond the heavens. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already turned white. Chen Pingan had been practicing his fist for the entire night, but he did not even sweat. This was probably one of the conveniences that came with reaching the 5th level and attaining great success in his soul. However, he was wearing a golden robe, so it did not matter whether he sweated or not. While Chen Pingan was practicing his fist, the little lotus flower person, whose injuries had already healed, was sitting at the table and dozing off. After leaving the lotus blossom-blessed land, the little guy seemed to have something on his mind. Chen Pingan stopped practicing and sat at the table. The little guy's head drooped. Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed its head. He did not say anything. Comforting people was not something that Chen Pingan was good at. He took out another 4 scrolls and placed them on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should make a bet. In the past, Chen Pingan was extremely fearful of luck. Now, the knot in his heart had been untied. Actually, after Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed and fell to the ground, he had been schemed against by the sect leader Lu Qin. He was involved with Yi Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect. During his trip to the Great Sui Kingdom, he had good luck. After parting ways with Yi Xiaoyang on the Kuan ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Chen Pingan's current wealth was not considered small. Not to mention the huge profit he had made from traveling with Lu Tai, the yin spirit that accompanied Jing Dafeng in the old dragon city had spent a total of 10 pieces of Guyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll made of valiant bamboo from him. It was as if he wanted to buy a part of the saying, there are differences between immortals and immortals. Yin and yang are separated. The soul stabilizes the spirit, and the spirit molds the golden body. Hence, Chen Pingan did not have extravagant hopes of keeping the 4 scrolls alive. He chose one of them, as if it was a small bet for fun. It was still appropriate. Chaos had already arisen. Chen Pingan indeed needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Chen Pingan did not dare to have extravagant hopes of the old man's surname Chui. He was just teaching and learning martial arts. He could not ask for more. Wei Pai was after all a mountain god. He had his own responsibilities. The 2 little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were still inexperienced. Furthermore, Chen Pingan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was due to his temperament and had nothing to do with age. If something big happened, not only would Chen Pingan not let them be in danger, he would only let them stay away from trouble. Every time Chen Pingan asked her to practice writing on a tree branch, she would purposely write so that the earthworms would crawl. He told her to write 100 characters and not one more. During this period, Chen Pingan fed her another 3 grains of grain rain money. Because Chen Pingan was now practicing his fists while walking, almost every breath he took was to temper his body. Therefore, it seemed that Chen Pingan put all his energy into practicing the sword stance furnace. Only when Chen Pingan practiced the sword stance furnace would Pei Qian have the energy. She did not dare to get close to Chen Pingan. She stood in the distance and silently watched him standing in the same place, motionless like a piece of wood. After a long time, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Chen Pingan took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time, in the border county city, other than the small leather tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Chen Pingan also bought fishing hooks and fishing lines. He found thin bamboo in the mountains and made a fishing rod. Then, he began to fish by the stream at night. In the middle of the night, Chen Pingan turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the forest in the distance. Soon, a strange scene appeared. There was a large palanquin with 8 people carrying 8 big red lanterns hanging from the 4 corners. The people carrying the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the mountains. The people playing gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword at its waist. Next to the palanquin, there was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She wore a festive bright red dress. Her face was pale and her cheeks were red. However, there was black smoke lingering around her. Chen Pingan was now familiar with the mountain affairs. He knew that this was most likely the so-called mountain god getting married. He did not want to complicate matters and pretended that he did not see anything. However, he did not expect that Pei Qian would wake up at this time. After she got out of the leather tent, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at the wedding procession. It seemed that no one had taught her anything right. But Chen Pingan had taught her a lot now, but she was still so heartless and difficult to change her nature. Chen Pingan was a bit annoyed. When he took Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui to the Great Sui Kingdom, and later Cui Dongshan, Yu Lu, and Xie Xie, Chen Pingan had never been so depressed. Chen Pingan put away the fishing rod. Pei Qian rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Why aren't you fishing?" "There are no fish hooks yet. The fish soup is delicious, and the dried fish is also delicious." Chen Pingan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he swallowed some words back into his stomach. He originally wanted to get straight to the point with her. For example, if Chao Qinglang was here, as long as he was willing to learn, he could generously teach him fist techniques and wholeheartedly teach him swordsmanship. Even if Chao Qinglang wanted to become a cultivator, he could help him. Guyu, money, magical weapons, whatever he had, he could give them to him one by one. But Pei Qian, even if you have the talent to practice martial arts, I, Chen Pingan, am not even willing to let you take a second look at the mountain quaking fist 6-step stance. Chen Pingan thought of Alliance's appearance that time. After that, they accompanied each other all the way. Did he look at him the same way, like how he looked at Pei Qian now, or how he looked at Chao Qinglang in the courtyard? Chen Pingan suddenly asked her, "Do you want to learn how to fish?" Pei Qian whispered, "Can I not learn? I still have to memorize and practice writing every day. I'm afraid I can't learn what you teach me." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Go back to sleep. If there are no accidents, the wedding procession will return later and take the bride to see the mountain god prefect. Just remember to pretend to be asleep when the time comes. From tomorrow onwards, you will be in charge of the package and the fishing rod." Pei Qian thought of those dirty things that passed by tonight and did not dare to reject Chen Pingan. She returned to her tent hesitantly and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Chen Pingan thought for a while and still secretly pasted a heart-calming talisman outside her tent. About 2 hours later, the wedding procession with 8 sedan bearers returned from the original route in a lively manner. Before they left, their momentum was even greater. Behind them were many family members of the bride's family and mountain spirits. Some of them had already transformed into human forms, while others were still walking in the mountains with their real bodies. Among them was a pitch-black spider that was as big as a millstone. There were also 2 burly apes that sped through the forest as if they were flying. There was also a female ghost whose face was covered in blood and who was dressed in burial clothes. When they saw Chen Pingan flipping through a book by the stream, many of them were tempted to make trouble. However, there were many reapers in the procession who dispelled these thoughts. Chen Pingan suddenly stood up. From afar, a maidservant holding a lantern in her hand, dressed in a pomegranate dress, floated over. When she saw Chen Pingan, she curtsied and smiled gently. "Esteemed guest, my prefect is celebrating a joyous occasion today. Just now, Granny asked me to deliver a message to you. Are you interested in attending tonight's banquet? Rest assured, my lord has always been known for his fairness and strictness. If you attend the banquet, not only will you not lose the slightest of your lifespan, you will also be given a gift." Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. "I really don't dare to disturb your lord. I hope you can thank Mama for her kind invitation on my behalf." The maidservant was not angry that this person did not know what was good for him. With courage, Pei Qian's spirit improved a little. She sobbed and said, "Okay, I will be a good person from today onwards." After saying that, she wiped her face on Chen Pingan's shoulder. She did it back and forth twice and finally wiped away her snot and tears. Chen Pingan grimaced. Taking advantage of the little girl's temporary relief, Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "You always think that I have money and should give you money. Why is that? What does it have to do with you whether I have money or not? I have a mountain of gold and silver. Must I give you a copper coin?" The little girl said straightforwardly, "Yes." "Why don't you give it to me? Aren't you a good person? If you give me a few dozen taels of silver, isn't it the same as pulling out a strand of hair? I know you are a good person. A good person should do good deeds." Chen Pingan thought for a moment and changed his approach. "If you are very rich and one day I don't have money, will you casually give me money?" She was silent. She thought to herself that it was good that she did not use the money to smash him to death. In the end, she would pick up all the big silver ingots and bring them home. All of them would be hers. She would not even collect the corpse for you. But she did not dare to say these words in front of him. However, the more she thought about it, the more she realized that it was impossible for her to get money from this fellow for free. Where did he get so many annoying reasons from? Was it really from the book? She felt that every word in the book was annoying. The two of them were speechless for a moment. Lying on Chen Pingan's warm back, Pei Qian was silent for a long time. Then she whispered, "You are a good person. All the good people in the world are like you, right?" Chen Pingan did not speak. Not far away, the forest shook. A huge creature rolled away with a shocking momentum. The sound of trees breaking could be heard continuously. It just happened to be heading straight for Chen Pingan. It was a green water buffalo with a broken horn. It was dripping with blood and its back was torn open. The height of this beast's back was even higher than the strong young man's by a head. It roared in a human voice, "Die." Chen Pingan had actually already guessed the direction he was going to cross the path, so he stopped in his tracks. Although the water buffalo was covered in a ferocious aura, as if there were countless vengeful spirits lingering around it, it was obvious that it was not accumulated from a battle. But Chen Pingan still did not want to make a move. The ferocious water buffalo's eyes were scarlet. It actually changed its route and fiercely crashed into the eye-catching guy. Even if it was an arrow at the end of its flight, an ordinary person would definitely be smashed to pieces under this collision. Chen Pingan reached out and took the Pagoda Demon Suppression Talisman from Pei Qian's forehead. He threw it at the beast that had been beaten back to its original form. Then, he instantly unsheathed his sword. He slashed with his sword. The green water buffalo was slowed down by the demon suppression talisman. It knew that it was not good. Just as it was about to make a detour, a sword aura slashed down on its head. With a bang, the huge creature with eyes as big as copper bells was directly split into two by the sword. He sheathed his sword and rode the demon suppression talisman, which had no spiritual energy left, back into his sleeve. Chen Pingan did not even look at the two halves of the corpse. He carried the little girl and continued forward. Excellency Jin Huang, who was rushing from afar, was also covered in wounds. He hurriedly stopped near the water god's corpse, holding the great demon's iron spear. The mountain god swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much fear. Instead, there was some respect from the bottom of his heart. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Farewell, immortal master." Chen Pingan did not stop walking. He only turned his head and waved at the righteous god with a smile. "It's nothing. Don't mention it. The next time there's a banquet like this, don't casually invite others. Although it's out of kindness, the path of cultivation is most afraid of accidents. However, if I pass by this place in the future, I'll definitely disturb you and ask for a cup of wine." Fortune and disaster seemed to be far away, but in reality, it was only a matter of time. The mountain god Excellency said, "I've learned my lesson." Chen Pingan carried Pei Qian for more than 5 kilometers before putting her down. One big and one small, one tall and one short, they looked at each other. She put on a blank face and pretended to be a fool. Chen Pingan extended his hand. She frowned and slapped 2 lantern-lifting talismans into Chen Pingan's palm. "Can't you give me one? I've run so far on the mountain path. In the end, I really can't run anymore." Chen Pingan walked forward slowly. "Then do better in the future." The little girl grunted and walked silently beside him. Heart of stone. "What kind of person, Pui, I was blind." Chen Pingan pinched her ear and said, "It's not good to talk bad about others all day long in your stomach." Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and cried, "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Only then did Chen Pingan release his grip. After a moment, Chen Pingan pinched her ear again. The little girl's eyes were red. She vowed solemnly, "I really won't do it again this time." After another 10 steps, just as Chen Pingan extended his hand, Pei Qian sat on the ground and cried loudly. Chen Pingan continued walking. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, she quickly stopped crying, stood up, and walked forward timidly. In order to stop herself from cursing that fellow in her mind, she found a way to control her thoughts. She began to murmur the contents of those books. It was so miserable. Chen Pingan no longer cared about her. They walked in the vast forest. Thinking of the mountain character seal, Chen Pingan became even more silent. 331. 10,000-word chapter. The 14,000-word update promised at the beginning of the month has been completed. Jian Lai had promised to update the word count 3 times. The first time was during the new year, the second time was last month, and the third time was this month. He did it all. Chao Qinglang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that time passed very quickly. In the past, it was a river that flowed slowly. Now, it was a mountain stream that flowed quickly. He could even hear the sound of flowing water. In the blink of an eye, autumn passed and winter came. The first snow of the year came. It fell like goose feathers. Chao Qinglang, who woke up in the morning, sat on the bed and looked at the snow outside the window. He was stunned. He put on his clothes and shoes and quickly opened the door. The first thing he wanted to do was to tell that person that it was snowing heavily. But looking at the door of the side room, Chao Qinglang scratched his head. He finally remembered that person had been away for a long time. But he often felt that person would sit on the small bench in the yard. Whether it was early in the morning or late at night, he could see him as soon as he went out. He didn't talk much and just looked at him with a smile. He hoped that it was a good year. Chao Qinglang raised his hand and blew. It was a little cold and he needed to wear more clothes. He shrank back into the room. After changing his clothes, he sat upright in front of a small wooden table made by his father. He opened a book and began to recite the sage chapters. At the end of autumn, there was a new teacher at the school. He was stricter and seemed to be more knowledgeable. He explained the principles clearly. Even his schoolmates who didn't like to read could understand. He was very good. Chao Qinglang finished reciting the book and rubbed his hands to warm them. He was a little worried that there was not much money left. After his parents passed away, the government gave him a sum of money as compensation. But it was not given to him in one lump sum. But the government office would send money to him every month. Chao Qinglang didn't think much about it. He just thought that the government office did things like this. Besides, he had lost his parents and had no relatives in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the past, he only needed to tell the elders what he wanted to eat and buy. But now he had to be careful and spend every copper coin carefully. It was not a good feeling, but there was no other way. He had to live. Fortunately, during her most difficult time, that person stayed at home. Chao Qinglang, who was alone in this house, secretly had some thoughts. Chao Qinglang changed into a pair of yellow suede boots that were suitable for going out in rainy and snowy weather. However, when she put on the boots, Chao Qinglang cried. Her mother had bought this pair of boots on New Year's Eve. What about this year? Fortunately, Chao Qinglang quickly calmed down and went to the kitchen to fill his stomach. He was ready to go to school. However, when he was packing the books in the room, Chao Qinglang was a little dazed. That person said that he would make a small bamboo box for him when he was free. The book said that a gentleman kept his promise and kept his promise. Then he must really have something urgent. He just didn't know when they would meet again. Chao Qinglang picked up an oil paper umbrella and walked out of the yard with his bag on his back. He was surprised to find an acquaintance passing by. It was the teacher of the school with a very strange surname. The old teacher was dressed in a green robe and was also holding an oil paper umbrella. When he saw Chao Qinglang, he stopped and asked, "What a coincidence. You live here." Chao Qinglang wanted to put down the umbrella and bow to the teacher who happened to pass by. The teacher waved his hand and said, "No need. It's snowing." The teacher was very knowledgeable, but when he was teaching, he was very serious. Everyone was afraid of him, and Chao Qinglang was no exception. It was just that he was more respected by his classmates. Therefore, when the teacher said that there was no need to bow, Chao Qinglang subconsciously followed the old man's words. After that, the old man and the young girl each held an umbrella and walked in the deep snowy alley. The teacher naturally heard about Chao Qinglang's family situation. After all, in the school, many of the children in the neighborhood were his playmates and classmates. They looked at Chao Qinglang differently and whispered to him. Chao Qinglang just pretended not to see or hear. Therefore, The old man asked, "Now that you're living alone, do you have any difficulties?" Chao Qinglang smiled and shook his head. "Sir, no." His answer was methodical. His wording and attitude were not like a child in a shabby alley. No wonder the skinny little girl ridiculed him as a little teacher. The old man nodded and said, "After all, you're still young. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Don't feel embarrassed. There are many difficulties in life outside of books. Not to mention you, even I, at your age, have to ask for help." Chao Qinglang nodded. "Sir, I know. If I have any difficulties, I'll ask for your help." Chao Qinglang hesitated and was a little embarrassed. "Someone took me to school and said something similar to what you said. He told me that in the future, when I'm studying and making a living alone, I'll have to ask for help. If others don't help, I can't resent them. If others help, I must remember." The teacher smiled for the first time. "That person is Chen Pingan, right?" Chao Qinglang was surprised. "Sir, you know him." The teacher nodded and said, "We're friends, but I didn't expect you to know each other." Chao Qinglang was suddenly happy. Chen Pingan was the teacher's friend. The teacher scolded with a serious face, "Don't think that if you don't study hard because of this relationship, I won't punish you." Chao Qinglang nodded quickly. An old man and a young man, a teacher and a student, walked slowly on the street that had been repaired by the government. Chao Qinglang became bolder and asked the teacher how he knew Chen Pingan. The teacher only said that they were like-minded. Although they didn't know each other for long, they were indeed friends. Heavy snow fell on the world and didn't want to stop. Chao Qinglang felt warm in his heart. He walked to the gate of the school with the teacher and looked back. The last time they met was also a farewell. The man stood there and stopped. After saying that, he held an umbrella and watched Chao Qinglang walk into the school. The teacher turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Chao Qinglang shook his head and smiled brightly. He turned and walked quickly into the school. After Mr. Zhong took his seat in the school, he waited until all the children had arrived before he began to teach. The old master's hair was white, and he was dressed in a green robe. He spoke slowly, and when he talked to the children about the sage's principles, he seemed to have the aura of a sage. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was an official family with a deep courtyard. The private library of this family was quite famous in the capital. Today, a young man who was the son of a concubine went to the library to read. He often came here to read, but the books were precious. The family rules not only forbade him to take the books out of the library, but also forbade him to take the books out. Many of the rare books were sealed and no one was allowed to open them without permission. Today, the young man was a little sad and angry. He didn't come here to read books, but to find a quiet place to relax. The young man passed the county examination and the provincial examination for all the students in the capital. However, his results were not outstanding, so he didn't become a shiozai. He was only qualified to participate in the college examination. This made him feel very guilty towards his mother. The two brothers who participated in the county examination with him both became shiozai in one fell swoop. The young man, who was known for his remarkable ability, was puzzled. He didn't know why Zhang Pingping and his brothers, who were far less knowledgeable than him, had better results. He thought it was because he didn't perform well on the spot, and the two brothers just happened to perform better. But today, he accidentally heard the two drunk brothers talking about the county examination and found out that it was their father who secretly bribed the examiners. Because the grandfather of the three brothers was once the Minister of Rights in the capital, and had students all over the country. He had presided over the Nanyuan Kingdom examination many times, and the chief examiner of the county examination in the capital. When they met their grandfather, they had to respectfully greet him as teacher and teacher respectively. This was the relationship between a teacher and a student. The young man firmly believed that his grandfather would never do such a dirty thing. It must be the father of the two brothers who used this as a cover, and didn't hesitate to damage the family's reputation for personal gain. This was fine. Although the young man was a concubine's son, he was born in a noble family, and more or less knew about the dark side of the officialdom. But according to the complacent discussion of the two brothers, why did the eldest uncle of the eldest branch deliberately suppress him? Why did he take away the title of Shotsai that was supposed to be in his pocket? The young man stood on the top floor of the library, looking at the bookshelves and books, and smiled bitterly. In such a big family of scholars, other than him, who was a concubine's son, how many people of the same age in the family were willing to come here to read books? So many rare books, year after year, were put on the shelves, and no one cared about them. Wasn't it a pity? The young man raised the back of his hand and wiped his tears. What's the use of reading books? What nonsense is it? After complaining, the young man began to look for books to read. He still had to take the college examination, and he still had to read the books of the sages. Even if he didn't study for himself, and didn't want to get a title for himself, he couldn't let his mother down again. But today, his mood was irritable, so he wanted to read a book other than the classics. Along the way, he picked out a book, and finally, in the corner of the library, he picked out a book that was almost new. Then, the young man was stunned. When he opened the title page, he felt something was wrong. He picked up a page with his finger and found that there was a coin inside. It was somewhat different from the copper coins of the Nanyuan kingdom. Before he met Lu Xianyang, who was good at fishing, he didn't know how to pay attention to fishing. He didn't know how to pick the time and place, so he often returned empty-handed. On a sunny afternoon, his skin would hurt from the sun. That was probably how he felt. After that, there was only pickles and rice for the meal. Pei Qian went to the small tent to change her clothes. During the meal, Pei Qian was unhappy. Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Why are you suddenly so bold? Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Pei Qian, who was squatting beside him, lowered her head and ate the rice. She mumbled, "Aren't you beside me?" Chen Pingon tipped her with a chestnut. Pei Qian suddenly raised her head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? I'm so sad." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Eat your food." Pei Qian snorted and turned her head to look at the river. She was a little sad that the fishing rod she made with her own hands was gone. Chen Pingon said, "I'll give you my fishing rod." Pei Qian was a little confused. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she grinned and said, "Then I'll borrow you to fish often in the future. I'm very generous." Chen Pingon was so angry that he laughed. She was so clever that she didn't want to use it on her studies and writing. Only in the dead of the night when she was sleeping soundly would Chen Pingon take advantage of the night watch to silently practice the six-step stance and swordsmanship. They passed by a small town and bought some things. Chen Pingon bought her a new outfit. Pei Qian was overjoyed. That night, they slept in a small inn. Pei Qian hadn't slept on a bed for a long time. She was so happy that she rolled around on the bed. Suddenly, she saw a white cat curled up by the window, staring at her. Pei Qian jumped off the bed and shouted, "Rebel! How dare you stare at me?" She took the mountaineering staff leaning against the table and poked the white cat. The white cat really did what she said. It wanted to rebel. Not only did it not run away, but it also moved around the window. It was agile and avoided the attacks of the mountaineering staff. Occasionally, it would whisper at Pei Qian. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She supported herself with the mountaineering staff and stared at it. "Where did you come from? Tell me your name and I'll spare your life." Of course, Pei Qian was just teasing it. But the white cat actually glanced at her and said, "Crazy girl, is there something wrong with your brain?" It turned around, leaped up, and left. Pei Qian was so scared that she threw away the mountaineering staff and knocked on the door next door. After Chen Pingan opened the door, Pei Qian said in a trembling voice, "There was a cat just now that could speak." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I heard it." Looking at Chen Pingan's unsurprised expression, Pei Qian said in a daze, "We're not in the mountains. How can there be monsters?" Chen Pingan sat back at the table and continued to flip through the immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain. He didn't expect that the little lotus person would make things difficult and unintentionally help Chen Pingan choose Wei Xian. Chen Pingan asked, "Then why did you only tell me the amount now?" The little Taoist boy laughed and said, "As long as I told you the answer before you put in the last one, it's not considered breaking the rules. My master won't blame me." The little Taoist boy saw that Chen Pingan wasn't angry and became more bored. He waved his hand and said, "That's all. I hope we won't have the chance to meet in the future. Seeing you is annoying." Chen Pingan didn't mind and asked, "Is there an immortal ferry that leads to the Aquarius continent?" The little Taoist boy was very unwilling to tell Chen Pingan, but when he thought of his master's temper, he could only tell him the location and didn't dare to be rash. The little Taoist boy saw the little head that popped out from behind Chen Pingan and snorted. He seemed to be very dissatisfied and didn't want to look at her. He swept back and disappeared from the window with the white cat on his shoulder. Chen Pingan opened the painting again and threw in the 11th Guyu money. Without hesitation, mist filled the air and shrouded the entire room. Chen Pingan pulled Pei Qian back a few steps. They were 5 or 6 steps away from the table. The 1st and 15th of the blade strengthening gourd were ready. A short man in a dragon robe arose from the ground, from the painting. He stood on the table, then walked to the stool, and then to the ground. Looking at Chen Pingan, the founding emperor of Nanyuan said with a straight face, "Wei Xian greets the master. In the future, I will kill the enemy at your command." Chen Pingan nodded. Then the two looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was stagnant and a little awkward. Wei Xian suddenly said, "Master has such a domineering aura." Chen Pingan was speechless. Pei Qian felt that he had learned something new. "Damn, isn't this guy too shameless?" Wei Xian looked around and slowly said, "Master, you have a set of eye-catching clothes. I'll change and go out for a stroll tonight. I'll take a look at the great mountains and rivers of the world. When master sets off, I'll naturally appear." Chen Pingan took out a new set of clothes for him. Wei Xian took off his dragon robe and changed into Chen Pingan's clothes. He supported himself with one hand on the windowsill and jumped over the wall, disappearing into the night. Pei Qian asked, "It's so late. What are you looking at?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "How would I know what he is thinking?" The night passed uneventfully. Pei Qian returned to her room and saw the pile of shit on the table. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The next day, Chen Pingan and Wei Xian appeared outside the inn as expected. After that, Wei Xian didn't speak anymore. Wei Xian wasn't even as tall as Chen Pingan. It was hard to imagine that he was the founding emperor and the #1 grandmaster of his generation. He was known for his outstanding martial arts and was known to be invincible on the battlefield. As time passed, Pei Qian got used to Wei Xian's existence. She just treated him as if he didn't exist. At the end of winter, the three of them approached a small town near the border. Further north was the Great Spring Dynasty, which was one of the more powerful forces in the Tongya continent. The immortal fairy that the little Taoist mentioned was at the northernmost point of the Great Spring Dynasty. Walking at the border and seeing the small town, Pei Qian begged Chen Pingan, give me another talisman, the one that shines with golden light. Xiao, it blocked that big blue water buffalo. Chen Pingan was deep in thought. Pei Qian wasn't willing to give up. I don't want you to send me. I just want to stick it on my forehead. I beg you. Aren't we in a hurry? Don't you want me to walk faster and return to that Dolly Dragon Spring earlier? Smack. .332. The two sides faced each other, except that the Yao clan cavalry was replaced by Chen Pingan, who had descended from the sky. The swordsman softly said that there was no hurry. The retainer then patiently played with the mud with the tips of his feet, bored to death. The young swordsman wore plain white linen robes. After a battle where there was a great disparity in strength, he was not stained with any blood. The man was handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow. His lips were thin, causing his entire temperament to be slightly harsh. He did not carry a sword. His life-bound flying sword was as long as a swordsman's sword. When it was drawn to kill, it was like a fire dragon coiling around. When the Yao clan cavalry spears and sabers came into contact with it, they could not block it at all. The retainer standing beside him was a burly martial artist. He wore the deity's dew armor, also known as the dew armor. Chen Pingan was not unfamiliar with this type of armor. He had once taken one from the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom. Later on, he had purchased an extremely high-grade broken dew armor from the inverted hanging mountain. It was later repaired by Lu Tai, but he had never had the chance to wear it. After all, Chen Pingan's golden necklace robe was even rarer. The two of them cooperated skillfully. The swordsman rode his life-bound flying sword to kill the enemy, while the martial artist guarded the side of the swordsman to prevent any of the Yao clan cavalry from escaping. He fought the swordsman in close combat and helped the swordsman block the arrows from the crossbows and horse bows. There were a few times when arrows were shot at them from tricky angles. The pure martial artist simply used his body to block the arrows. In the end, it only caused a few sparks on the surface of the snow-white dew armor. The loss of spiritual qi stored in the armor pellet probably did not even cost a single piece of snow, while the other party often had to pay the price of a fresh life. The wild cultivators of the mountains and swamps loved riches and danger the most. They dared to take risks when they encountered an opportunity. Once those ancient spiritual masters thatched cottages, immortal mansions, and shattered secret realms of various sizes were suddenly discovered and excavated, wild cultivators would definitely swarm over. In order to fight for a spiritual weapon or magic treasure, they would fight until their brains splattered everywhere. What were they after? Wasn't it all for the pleasure of crushing others? Either they relied on divine weapons to kill people, or they relied on protective magic treasures that made them invulnerable to swords, spears, and spells, causing their opponents to feel despair. The sword cultivator was strolling leisurely on the battlefield. With a flying sword, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the sword light was like a rainbow, leaving behind afterimages of bright red fireflies. Wu Fu followed like a shadow, tightly protecting the young sword cultivator from all directions. The young sword cultivator was like his sword. He was straightforward and did not make any unnecessary movements. However, the burly warrior was different. He had a violent temperament and could not freely chase after the steel cavalry, so he did not fight to his heart's content. Therefore, every time the sword cultivator severely injured the Yao family's elite cavalrymen and fell off their horses, no matter if they died on the spot or if they were in the path of the two of them, the burly warrior would stomp on their heads or stomp on the cavalrymen's chests. The mangled flesh and broken armor mixed together, creating a tragic scene. A person fell from the sky. The young swordsman stopped when he saw the person blocking his way. He asked with an elegant smile, "Are you the new consecrator of the Liu family of Daquan?" Tongyi continent had many mountains and rivers. According to the immortal records, compared to the Aquarius continent, Tongyi continent was even more different. Therefore, the people of different countries were usually proficient in the elegant language of Tongyi continent, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rites. The burly warrior said unhappily, "Mister, why are you wasting your breath? Just kill him. He is just a warrior below the 7th level. Such a young martial arts genius, killing him is even more satisfying." The swordsman laughed. "There is a big fish out of thin air, isn't that what I want?" Although the swordsman stopped to talk to Chen Pingan, the flying sword of the swordsman was hovering at the front of the Yao family's steel cavalry. In this pursuit, other than the sneak attack by the two of them, which narrowly killed the Yao family's steel cavalry, the swordsman had been riding on his flying sword to kill the Yao family's steel cavalry at the outermost perimeter. The first to break out of the encirclement would die first. That was the rule of his game. The old man's armor was no different from the surrounding cavalry. It should be the light armor of the Daquan Empire's border army. He held on to his abdomen, blood dripping from his fingers. Although the situation was bleak, the old man's expression was calm, without any signs of dejection or cowardice. Even though the elites under his command protected him and suffered heavy casualties, such a great man did not return home triumphantly, nor did he die in a heroic battle at the border. Instead, he died in this kind of filthy political struggle in the imperial court. The old man's eyes were filled with guilt and sorrow, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He had been in the military for decades, and was used to life and death. As a general, he was merciful and did not command troops. This old general who controlled the southern border was abnormally calm. The remaining 100 Yao family steel cavalry protected the old man tightly. They were not afraid because of the strength of the assassin. The Yao family's military was very strict. For example, the Yao family's disciples, regardless if they were direct descendants, were already familiar with the bow and horse at a young age. After the age of 15, they were all required to join the army and start as scouts. The Yao family's men died in battles at the border. Countless of them. It was to the point that the widows of the Yao family had spread to many countries. Chen Pingan did not turn to look at the cavalry, but asked the old general a strange question. "General's surname is Yao. Is your ancestor related to the Yao family of the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent?" The old man frowned. "Dali dynasty? I have never heard of it." The old general hesitated for a moment, "But my Yao family's ancestor truly came from the Aquarius continent. But as for where exactly he came from, my ancestor was extremely secretive about it." They obeyed whoever became the emperor, and did not get involved in any disputes. However, in the recent 10 years, there was a helpless accident. According to the rules of the family, the Yao family's women were not allowed to marry into aristocratic families, and they were only allowed to marry into local landowning families. However, the young daughter of the old man fell in love at first sight with a young man who was traveling to the border. The young man was also well-behaved and talented. The two of them even fought side by side and went through fire and water. It should have been a good thing to tie the knot and become an enviable immortal couple. However, the old man abided by the family rules at that time and did not approve of this matter. His daughter was indeed a Yao family daughter, and she silently accepted this lovesickness and wrote a letter to break off all relations with that person. Unexpectedly, the son of the Great Spring Empire's top-notch family came to the border again. On a snowy day, the dignified eldest son of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments knelt outside the Yao family's ancestral hall for a day and a night. Everyone in the Yao family was moved. In the end, there was no reason to separate this pair of lovebirds. The old man agreed to his daughter's marriage with him, but no one in the old man's generation went to the capital to attend the wedding. After that, his daughter only went back to her parents' home once. The old man also did not have any correspondence with that powerful in-law who controlled the promotion of all the officials in the world. However, even so, he could not get rid of the fact that the girl's surname was Yao. It was only an exception once, but 10 years later, it brought about the hidden danger of the family's destruction. First, last year, the old general's in-law was secretly instigated by his sworn enemy, Madame Fanlu, to impeach him without restraint. The Minister of Personnel was severely reprimanded by the furious emperor. When he returned home, he immediately picked up his brush and hurriedly wrote a letter with bleak wording, "My body is frail and weak, and I'm getting old. I'm still not as good as a child. I only have 2 or 3 teeth left. I've had no fate with the word fresh for a long time." The emperor did not allow it, but the old minister's reputation in the Ministry of Appointments fell to rock bottom. However, apart from the deep-rooted internal strife, the real trouble this time was that it involved the crown prince. There were many unruly outsiders in the capital who took up positions in the imperial court and added fuel to the fire. What was interesting was that the 3 princes were all outstanding and had their own strengths. In any dynasty of the Great Quan dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the crown prince's candidates. The ups and downs of the officials in the capital and the movements of the generals at the border were too much for the eyes to take in. He grimaced and grumbled, "Mister, is this Motherf Kerr a sword master or an external martial arts grandmaster who trains his body?" The young swordsman stood behind him with a playful smile. "You don't allow a martial arts genius to be both." The man took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Wei Xian at the top of the hill. His mood was no longer relaxed. He said to the swordsman, "Then this kid really deserves to die. Sir, have you played enough? Let's not fail miserably. This guy didn't come alone." The swordsman nodded. The relationship between the Liu family of Daquan and old Yao should be like this. Since this is the case, then we can begin. The swordsman whistled sharply. A moment later, the swordsman's figure dashed to the side. With a wave of his hand, his natal flying sword no longer entangled the young swordsman. It turned illusory and entered his chest. Like a fishing line entering a deep pool, it disappeared in an instant. The natal flying sword returned to his acupuncture point to be nurtured. The retainer wearing the dew armor paused for a moment and then followed the swordsman into the distance without another word. Although Chen Pingan didn't know why the 2 assassins left, he didn't stop them. The cavalry of the Yao family who had survived the disaster were even more in the dark. They looked at each other. The old general weighed the pros and cons and then dismounted from his horse. He ordered the young cavalry general who was supporting him, "Send a group of scouts out to investigate the situation. The rest of you rest and reorganize." The 5 border army scouts spurred their horses in all directions as if they had scattered. Chen Pingan walked slowly towards Wei Xian and Pei Qian. Old General Yao wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He wanted to thank him, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he pulled at the wound on his abdomen. He had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. However, he cupped his fists in the direction of the young man as a form of silent thanks. The fact that the other party was willing to lend a helping hand and stop the 2 assassins who were sure to win was already considered extremely benevolent. The old man did not have the face to ask for more. Half an hour later, a troop of cavalry galloped over. Apart from the dozens of Yao family's border troops who were covered in blood, there were more than 20 unfamiliar faces. They were either Qi refinement warriors with sparkling eyes and jade-like skin or Wu Dao gurus with majestic aura. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, closely guarding a man in a brocade robe. This man was about 30 years old and had a jade-like face. Obviously, he was the master of these experts. As they neared the Yao family's border troops, the man waved his hand and the troops quickly separated. The man rode alone and came to a stop. He laughed and said, "Old General Yao, it's fortunate that I'm not late." The old general was about to stand up and reply, but the man had already dismounted. Especially after the trip to Tongya continent, Chen Pingan became even more determined. Wei Xian asked again, "Then young master, do you want to fight for the throne?" Chen Pingan laughed and pointed at himself, "Me." Wei Xian finally asked, "Then, do you want to be virtuous and achieve immortality?" Chen Pingan asked, "Why are you asking these questions?" Wei Xian didn't say anything. Chen Pingan also didn't want to say anything. The three of them remained silent. (334) Most of the hermits and rangers in the mortal world were eccentric and could not be judged with common sense. Chen Pingan didn't have a good impression of the green-robed man. Like what Lu Zong said, the road under everyone's feet was so wide that it was not a narrow path or a single log bridge. There was nothing wrong with everyone going their own way. Outside the inn, the sloppy green-robed man did not go far. In fact, he was squatting at the entrance of the inn with the skinny dog beside him. The man turned to look at the dog and felt that his life was worse than the dog's. He wanted to recite a poem, but after searching his stomach for a long time, he could not come up with a poem that the little cripple ridiculed as a limerick. The man comforted himself in his heart. "It's okay, Zhang Tiancheng, I got it by chance, there's no need to force it." On the second floor of the inn, Chen Pingan was hesitant about whether to invite Zhu Lian again. The reason was that he wanted to stay in the Great Spring Dynasty for a while. He only had Wei Xian by his side and could only protect Pei Qian at most. It would be difficult for him to help. Once he was in a dangerous situation like the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, Chen Pingan was worried that he would make a mistake. After Chen Pingan successfully invited Wei Xian from the first scroll, he did not touch the second one. It was not because he was distressed about the money. 11 pieces of divine rain money in exchange for the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, the historical number one person in the world. Chen Pingan did not secretly rejoice and was very patient. The reason why the bottom line was set at 10 pieces of divine rain money was not that Chen Pingan felt that Wei Xian was only worth this price. It was because he was afraid that the old Taoist, who seemed to be in a bad mood after their last meeting, would give him the scroll and he would not be able to afford it. The old Taoist did not break the rules, but he could also disgust people. Chen Pingan could not keep gambling. After all, divine rain money was the most precious of the 3 types of divine rain money. 1 piece was equivalent to 1,000,000 taels of silver, a small mountain of silver. After annexing the Lu dynasty, the Dali dynasty was known as the strongest in the northern part of the Aquarius continent. 60 million taels of silver. Of course, this was only the money that the Song clan put on the table. Chen Pingan could tell from the words of the little Daoist boy carrying the golden blade strengthening gourd that he had been biding his time for the past few days that there was something fishy going on. That guy was obviously trying to set him up. Furthermore, he was using the painting of martial madman Zhu Lian. Perhaps the old Daoist only dug a small hole for Chen Pingan because of his reputation, but the little Daoist boy dug a big hole with all his might. Chen Pingan piled up the rest of the Guyu money beside his hand. He picked up one and gently threw it into the painting. Looking at the rising clouds, one would never get tired of it. In the lobby on the first floor, the old man on the other side of the curtain tapped his pipe and stood up. He came to the counter and glanced outside. That poor scholar is not simple. The woman absent-mindedly fiddled with the abacus. Third master, how many times have you nagged me? I know what I'm doing. I won't really anger him. The old man put his elbow on the counter and puffed out a cloud of smoke. He said in a deep voice, "If you really like him, just remarry. If your father doesn't agree, I'll back you up later." His palms were full of calluses. His hands were behind his back. His left hand was on his right wrist, and his right hand was holding an old pipe. The old man seemed to be talking to himself. "It's late at night, in the middle of winter. How strange. The little cripple even asked me about it today." The woman's face was slightly red. She gritted her teeth and scolded, "You old immoral thing, you deserve to be a bachelor for the rest of your life." The little cripple had just finished cleaning the table when he heard the conversation between the old hunchback and the lady boss. He said with a face full of curiosity, "Lady boss, what's going on? Our inn doesn't have a cat. Is it a stray cat that sneaked into the inn from outside? If I catch it, I'll definitely give it a beating." "I knew it, there are often missing drumsticks and steamed buns in the kitchen, so it must have eaten them secretly." "Lady boss, don't worry, I'll definitely find it." The woman took out a feather duster from behind the counter and hit the little cripple's head. "Find it, I'll let you find it." She was still angry. She went around the counter and chased after the young man who couldn't walk properly. The little cripple was beating him up so hard that he was almost flying. She threw the feather duster away and hesitated for a moment. She tiptoed downstairs and walked back and forth, but she didn't hear anything. She went back to the lobby on the first floor and was in a daze for a while. She went to the old hunchback's territory behind the curtain and took a palm-sized piece of dried meat from the kitchen. She also took a small pot of plum wine that had been brewed for half a year. She walked out of the inn and saw the scholar squatting beside the dog. She said hello, and when the green-robed man looked up, she threw the meat and wine to him and said coldly, "1 tael of silver. Put it on the bill, it's not free." The green-robed man didn't look away until the woman crossed the threshold and walked into the lobby. He sighed, "Wong Kai, do you know what this is called? This is called the most difficult thing to accept a beauty's favor." He tore off a small piece of meat and gave it to Wong Kai. Then he touched his beard. "If I shave my beard, what would happen?" When the woman went to the second floor, Chen Pingon gently pressed the scroll and turned to look at the door. Fortunately, the woman didn't knock on the door to disturb them. When she went down the stairs, Chen Pingon continued to throw money. Chen Pingon threw 12 grain coins at the scroll in one breath. Zhu Lian still didn't show up. Chen Pingon picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and then remembered that he didn't have any wine before entering the inn. He could only put it down gently. The Yin deity of the Song family in Old Dragon City paid for the bamboo slip and took out 10 grain coins. Lu Tai of the Eagle Fort paid Chen Pingon 20 grain coins. Including the trip to the inverted mountain, Chen Pingon had a total of 29 grain coins. For Wei Xian, he gave 11 to the scroll, leaving him with 18. There were only 6 grain coins left on the table. Martial madman Zhu Lian was still painting and didn't want to come out. Then how many grain coins would Chen Pingon have to take out for the other 2 paintings, Lu Baixiang of the Devil Cult and Sui Yuyu, the only woman in the history of the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? Chen Pingon sighed and glanced at the smiling old man in the painting. If he threw any more grain coins, he would really go bankrupt. Although he had accumulated quite a lot of grain coins and snow coins, it was only a number. When it was converted into grain coins, it had shrunk significantly. Chen Pingon felt a little helpless. He put away the scroll and hid it in the 15 flying swords. He opened the door and went downstairs to drink to relieve his boredom. The lady faced the two groups of guests on the second floor and said apologetically, "Later on, all of you can stay in your rooms. Tonight's matter is our inn's fault. After this, we'll give each of you a jar of 5-year-old plum wine." The girl rose from the ground and returned to the second floor, slamming the door shut. Ma Ping and the other two resentfully returned to their rooms. Chen Pingan had Wei Xian and Zhu Lian sit in his room for a while. Pei Qian naturally didn't need to be mentioned. The lady had the little crippled go out, but had the scholar surnamed Zhong pick a room on the second floor so that he wouldn't be an eyesore. The green-robed traveler picked a room on the second floor and then leaned against the railing. The lady stretched out a finger and waved it at him. "Get in the room." The scholar said worriedly, "Zhonyang, you're so beautiful. Won't those soldiers be tempted by you?" After drinking wine, it's easier for them to lose their minds after drinking, the lady smiled. "When the time comes, you'll be the hero who saves the beauty. If I'm blind, maybe I'll repay you with my body." He waved his hand. Taking advantage of others is not what a gentleman would do. "Zhonyang, don't worry. We scholars are all righteous and have a stomach full of wisdom. As long as I stand here, no matter how much wine they drink, they won't have any evil thoughts." Before the lady could say anything, the girl surnamed Yao in the distant room had already opened the door. She unsheathed her saber halfway, making a melodious sound. She sternly said to the scholar, "Pervert, shut up." It was obvious that the girl's saber was much more effective than the little cripple's fists and feet. The scholar immediately entered the room without saying a word. The more this was the case, the more disappointed the girl was with the lady downstairs. All year long, she hung out with these men, drinking and laughing with them. What was the difference between her and those brothel girls? After entering the room, the girl leaned against the table and started sobbing. The lady stood behind the counter and sighed. She poured herself a bowl of plum wine. Plop. The lady looked up and saw the scholar jump down from the second floor and fall to the ground. After getting up, he walked to the counter and smiled. "Zhonyang, just think of me as the bookkeeper. I'm worried if I'm too far away from you." The scholar smiled gently. The lady was stunned and replied, "But you're so ugly. If you get too close, I'll feel disgusted." The scholar looked as if he was struck by lightning. He squatted on the ground and held his head. It turned out that the whisperings of those scholars and beauties' novels were all lies. There was no need to care about them at all. The hunchbacked old man took the lead and walked into the inn. A group of people followed behind him. Probably because the other party was reasonable, they didn't chase away the guests on the second floor, nor did they rush into the 5 tables. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a red python robe. He had a pale face and no beard, and he had an imposing aura. There were 2 people behind the man in the python robe. One of them was wearing a silver armor with cloud patterns. When he walked, the armor clanked. The other person was 70 years old. He wore a brocade robe and a laurel on his head. He had the air of a transcendent being. The 7 or 8 people behind him should be his trusted retainers. The 3 of them sat at one table while the other retainers sat at 2 tables. Among the retainers, there was an inconspicuous young man with a jade pendant hanging on his waist. When he saw the lady, he smiled. Outside the inn, there was a total of 700 to 800 elite cavalrymen and a dozen carriages. In each carriage, there was a prisoner and 2 people watching over them. Without exception, the people watching over them were all level 5 Qi refinement warriors from the Great Quan dynasty. The hunchbacked old man frowned. The old man truly did not expect these people. This group of guests was not giving face to an old man like him, they were giving face to the Yao clan. As for the 80,000 Yao clan cavalry and the southern conquering generals face, they had only reduced the number of people from 5 tables to 3 tables. That was all. As for why the guests on the second floor were not chased away, it was because a young retainer casually mentioned that the more people there were, the livelier it would be to drink. After that, the insufferably arrogant eunuch in the python robe agreed with a smile. The general in the silver armor looked towards the lady and ordered, "Serve the green plum wine first. Hurry up and follow up with the food." The hunchbacked old man lifted the curtain and went to the kitchen to get busy. The little cripple began to serve the wine to the 3 tables. On the first floor of the inn, the atmosphere was heavy. There was almost only the sound of wine being poured. Suddenly, someone raised his hand and greeted the lady, smiling. "Lady boss, may I trouble you to pour a bowl of wine for our brothers personally? I heard that the green plum wine was passed down from your ancestors and was brewed by you personally. Of course, you have to pour the wine personally." With the young man taking the lead, the retainers at the table instantly lost their scruples and burst into laughter. The lady picked up a jar of green plum wine and was about to pour it with a smile. However, for some reason, the lady's body tensed up. After running the inn for so many years, she had seen all sorts of people in the pugilistic world. She had even seen many immortals and chi refinement warriors. However, when she met the eyes of the young retainer, she actually felt a little fearful. It was as though an ordinary person had encountered a ghost in the dark. A sense of helplessness arose from the depths of her heart. Suddenly, the green-robed guest grabbed the lady and laughed loudly. "Jionyang is not feeling well today. As the accountant, can I pour the wine for our distinguished guests?" The young retainer seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world as he looked around. "Brothers, what do you think?" Everyone said no. Only then did the young retainer look at the green-robed scholar. "No, what should we do? Or should we let the lady boss pour the wine herself? It's just pouring wine. We don't need your Jionyang to accompany us to the hanged troops town, right?" The eunuch wearing the red python robe turned a deaf ear to him. On the other hand, the old immortal master wearing the laurel robe smiled slightly. The young lady, Yao Lingji, opened the door and said with an ashen face, "No." The young retainer stood up, appearing to be a crane in a flock of chickens. He raised his head and asked with a smile, "Why?" The young lady only had to look at this person to feel a little anxious. Finally, a soft and weak voice sounded, "Father, what about me?" Chen Pingan was somewhat helpless and said, "Go back to your room and read." The skinny little girl made an "oh" sound. After gently closing the door, she loudly read the teachings of the sages in the book to her. The scholar on the first floor listened to the sound of reading on the second floor. Other than the sound of reading, there were also Chen Pingan, Wei Xian, Zhu Lian, Sui Yu, and Lu Baixiang on the second floor. 336. The small inns at the border were filled with all sorts of people tonight. After the 5 people walked out of the house, Yao Lingji's breathing became heavy. This made her feel incredulous. Her fear of the young retainer was more of an intuition that was mixed with many complicated emotions. When a weak woman faced a man with evil intentions, the inferior woman would revere the invisible power. There were also those who were kind by nature who would instinctively avoid evil people. However, when Yao Lingji looked at the 5 people on the same floor, her suffocation was very direct. In the same forest, the rabbit and deer would flee when they saw the tiger. In the same river, the fish and shrimps would meet the dragon. Yao Lingji had been a scout for the border army for 3 years and had been in 2 life and death battles. Yao Lingji had never thought of backing down. Logically speaking, she should not feel this way. She was the most outstanding martial arts genius in this generation of the Yao family. She was only 14 years old but had already reached Realm 4 and had the potential to break through the bottleneck. Regardless of whether it was a 15-year-old Realm 5 martial artist or a 17-year-old Realm 5 martial artist, they were all worthy of the word genius. In the Great Quan dynasty, regardless of whether it was the army or the pugilistic world, Yao Lingji was a top-notch unpolished jade. With a little polishing, she could shine brightly. No one doubted that she could successfully reach the wind-controlling realm in the future and become a powerful martial arts master. Especially experts who were born in the army, their killing power was especially great. This was undeniable. In the pugilistic world, grandmasters often fought in pairs. Most of them were evenly matched. On the battlefield, the pursuit was to fight against 100 or 1,000 people. Yao Lingji clenched an item that looked like a silver ingot in her hand. It was the invaluable armor of the military school. Furthermore, it was the Du armor that was ridiculed by the Qi refinement warriors in the mountains as the Pond armor. It was the Pond armor, Golden Crow warp and weft armor that was a grade higher in quality. It was a true immortal treasure. From this, it could be seen that the Yao family of the border army had high expectations of Yao Lingji. The young retainer looked at the 5 people on the second floor. He slammed the table and pretended to be angry. "Are you trying to scare me because you have more people?" When the young man said this, there was a smile on his face. There were 3 tables of people in the inn and hundreds of elite cavalry outside. Probably because he felt that he was a little shameless, he could not help but laugh out loud. The 2 tables of elite retainers who looked like retainers also laughed along. They did not take the commotion on the second floor seriously. Although the people on the second floor had a strong aura and were even a little intimidating, so what? He was just a boorish man. The Jianghu people of the Great Spring Dynasty had long lost their backbone. They were just a bunch of lackeys lying in front of the temple, wagging their tails and begging for mercy. And the person who had personally broken the backbone of the entire Jianghu happened to be sitting at a table in the inn today. Those who came did not come with good intentions. The innkeeper, nicknamed Junyang, didn't let out a sigh of relief because of Qin Pingan's appearance. Instead, her mood became even heavier. Third Master had already announced his name, yet the other party was still so overbearing. It was obvious that they were here for the Yao character. Once there was a dispute, he was afraid that the other party would take action. At that time, the Yao family would be in a difficult position. The old hunchback nodded to the woman behind the curtain. The woman smiled bitterly. The tip of the sword came out from the back of his head and stabbed into his head. This prisoner was an orthodox god of mountains and rivers. He was once a Qi cultivator at the peak of the 7th realm. In his territory, his cultivation was at least at the 8th realm. He was the king of mountains and rivers and had the power to fight against a 9th realm golden core. However, he did not know why he was reduced to such a state. In addition to the old man from the Taoist sect, there was also a young woman in the carriage. She looked at the horseman with eyes full of love. Although she did not speak, her meaning was obvious. The woman's appearance could only be considered delicate. However, her temperament was outstanding and her skin was whiter than snow. She was a beauty in the eyes of ordinary people. After all, in the eyes of mountain cultivators, beauty in the mortal world was ultimately a stinky skin bag. Her skin was rough and there were all kinds of strange smells. If one looked carefully, they were all flaws. The horseman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the inn. He seemed to be a little surprised. The old man revealed a hint of surprise. What a shocking martial aura. And there are so many of them. A small inn at the border has so many hidden talents. Could it be that the young High Duke has hit the jackpot? Are the masters of the North Jin Kingdom going all out to kidnap the prisoner? The woman asked tentatively, do you want me to remind the High Duke? The horseman shook his head and smiled, we are already in the territory of the Daquan Kingdom. Unless the Yao family is rebelling, there is no danger. The old man in the Taoist robe's eyes flashed, but he did not say anything. After a while, just as the old immortal master was about to speak, the horseman had already jumped off the carriage and went straight to the inn. After the horseman left, the young woman from the mountain deity family asked softly, Master, the young High Duke is forcing the Yao family. His Highness did not restrain them. Is it really okay? The old man waved his hand and said, everyone in the world can rebel, but not the Yao family. They have been loyal to the country for a long time, the old man sneered, but it will be addictive. The prisoner still had his head down and laughed happily. When it comes to loyal officials and the cornerstone of the border, you actually treat them as a joke. Even if the Daquan Kingdom is temporarily in power, what can you do? How dare you still be so stubborn? The old immortal master shook his wrist and the rope instantly tightened around the prisoner's neck. The prisoner trembled all over and clenched his teeth, refusing to make any sound. In the inn, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. A man in a white robe appeared in the hall without warning. The young High Duke, Gao Shi, sensed that something was wrong and was about to retreat in fear. But in a flash, his shoulder was already grabbed by the man. The three people at the other table, except for the eunuch who was still drinking, turned a blind eye to this. Immortal Master Laurel and the silver-armored general had already stood up abruptly. They wanted to save Gao Shi, but they both stopped. This was because there was a scarlet long sword from the second floor that was suspended between the two tables. The tip of the sword was pointed directly at Immortal Master Laurel. The silver-armored general stopped and turned his head to look. Someone on the second floor had moved a few steps to the side with a smile on his face. The narrow blade in his hand stopped in the snow and was about to be unsheathed. The short man jumped over the railing and landed on the threshold of the inn on the first floor. It seemed that he was going to stop the hundreds of riders outside by himself. The stooped old man squatted on the railing and lowered his head with a smile, staring at the eunuch who was the calmest. The middle-aged eunuch in the red robe looked like he was in his 30s, but in fact, he was already 80 years old. He was one of the martial arts grandmasters of the Great Spring Dynasty and was known as the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring Imperial City. After he became famous, there were no longer any strange rumors in the Great Spring Imperial City, which had always been haunted by ghosts. However, the real power of this senior eunuch was that he had recruited a large number of Jianghu henchmen and wiped out more than a dozen top martial arts sects in the Great Spring Dynasty one by one. In 3 years, the whole Jianghu was set off a bloody storm. Both the good and the evil had tried to assassinate this old eunuch many times, but without exception, none of them returned. There were 2 people at the same table with the eunuch. Immortal Master Laurel was called Su Tong. He was the current master of the Tsaomu Nunnery, the first immortal sect in the Great Spring Dynasty. He was good at thunder magic and could order ghosts and gods for his own use. He was also a medical expert and proficient in refining elixirs. The elixirs he refined were crazily sought by the rich and powerful officials of the Great Spring Dynasty. The silver-armored general, Su Qingzhou, was one of the few top masters in the Great Spring Army. He was less than 40 years old, but his Henkung Fu had reached the peak. The saber Daqiao on his waist was also a military treasure. It could be said that it was good at both offense and defense. Every time he broke through the enemy lines on the battlefield, he would take the lead and be invincible. Gao Shi ran his qi and struggled for a while, but it was useless. Instead of being afraid, he smiled even more. Is your Yao family really going to rebel? The man slightly increased his strength. Gao Shi felt a burst of pain, but he still tried to maintain his smile. The man said to him, I'm just a passerby. Since you like to provoke me so much, then after I kill you, I'll just escape to the northern Jin kingdom. As for whether the Yao family belongs to the Yao family or not, you can slander me however you like. I don't care. Who would believe such a nonsense? Gao Shi grimaced, sweat oozing from his forehead. Kill me if you can. Chen Pingan stared at him. Gao Shi whispered to Chen Pingan in an extremely soft voice, do you know that the mother and daughter are lucky? Otherwise, after the Yao family's property was confiscated, they would be sent to the musical house soon and become promiscuous official prostitutes. At that time, you can also have a taste of it. As soon as the young duke finished speaking, Chen Pingan's fist arrived. It directly hit Gao Shi's forehead. It was so powerful that it was like a boulder attacking a city. Gao Shi's head swung back. His back was clearly facing Chen Pingan, but his voice clearly sounded in Chen Pingan's heart, you only need to kill, I'll take care of burying. Moreover, Lu Mao's birth mother was the emperor's most beloved concubine. She died early, so the emperor, Lu Zhen, cared for Lu Mao very much. Probably because he loved the house, he also treated the study partners of Gao Shi and the other old officials who were sent to the third prince's residence very well. Lu Mao stood up and ordered people to carry away Gao Shi's corpse. He said to the inn, I'm very curious. Since you want to save the Yao family, why did you insist on killing the son of Duke Xin? Why didn't you wait until the inn's messenger pigeon sent the news to the Yao family and let old General Yao come out to solve this matter? Is there any room for discussion after killing Gao Shi? Wei Xian leaned against the door, feeling that this was a bit interesting. The great general of the southern expedition, Yao Zhen, had just been ambushed and suffered heavy injuries. Even if he received the news from the inn, he might not be able to come in person. Most likely, he would send a direct descendant of the Yao family or a trusted aide to mediate with Gao Shi, who was biting like a mad dog. The reason why this hidden descendant of the Great Spring imperial family purposely stopped at the inn and drank the plum wine was obviously a scheme to take advantage of the situation. The sheep he wanted to take advantage of was naturally the leader of the Yao family's iron cavalry. Yao Zhen, who was far away at the border and controlled the army. Gao Shi's arrogance and domineering attitude was not completely faked. He jumped out and made enemies with all of the Yao family's descendants except for Yao Zhen. If Yao Zhen came in person, Gao Shi would not be suitable. After all, he was not Duke Xin, Gao Shi, and there was a difference in seniority between him and Yao Zhen. However, other than Yao Zhen, everyone else was a soft persimmon that Gao Shi could easily bully. Therefore, no matter how many people came from the Yao family, they would only add fuel to the fire and exhaust their own vitality. The situation would only worsen. Wei Xian dared to say that Emperor Lu Zhen, who had already missed several ceremonies this year, such as the Zhuangyuan banquet and the spring and autumn sacrificial ceremonies, had not made an appearance. This meant that Lu Zhen was either critically ill or very likely to have encountered some unforeseen event. He had completely lost control of the imperial court. Originally, the competition for the position of crown prince required the various princes to spread their feathers like peacocks. Now, it had become a competition for the dragon throne. Naturally, it would become cruel and bloody. If Lady Yao had not married her daughter into one of the major clans in the capital and had not tried to establish a relationship with the Minister of Appointments because of her son-in-law, Li Shiling, she would have followed the teachings of her ancestors. She would have had a chance to continue to sit on the border and wait for the battle to come to light in the treacherous capital. When the time came, Yao Zhen would either have sent his legitimate son to the capital to meet the new emperor to express his loyalty, or the new emperor would have directly patrolled the border to the south to buy Lady Yao's support. Outside the inn, the third Prince Lu Mao's words were not for Chen Pingan to hear, but for Jianyang and the old hunchback, who were inside the inn. Once they heard it, the situation at the inn became even more interesting. You, Chen Pingan, risked your life to protect the Yao family. If Lady Yao did not understand the situation and turned around to complain that your actions were unnecessary, framing Lady Yao as disloyal, would Chen Pingan, who acted in a righteous manner, still be hot-blooded? A chivalrous heart had always been able to withstand the ravages of mountains of swords and seas of fire. Jianghu affinity, a promise of 1,000 pieces of gold could be exchanged for life and death, but it could not withstand a cup of ungrateful wine. Lu Mao laughed coldly and said, "Are you trying to force Lady Yao to rebel? You only know how to take revenge for a moment. Are you really a hero of Jianghu?" Just as expected. The human heart could not withstand scrutiny and probing. Furthermore, people were often like this. Before things were completely rotten, even if they were in a hopeless situation, they would still hold on to a sliver of hope. Although the head of the family, Yao Jin, had encountered a treacherous assassination attempt, he had only been injured in the end. As for the Yao family's in-law, old Minister Li of the Ministry of Appointments, when he had submitted a letter to resign, the emperor had replied with a rather humorous reply in his memorial, "You're only halfway there, it's too early to resign." Then, the emperor had ordered people to send a few tributes to the Li manor. The combat strength of the Yao Iron Cavalry was still one of the best in the south, and no one dared to underestimate them. The Yao cultivators that had secretly infiltrated North Jin with the imperial court had probably returned to Yao Jin's side. The son-in-law of the Yao family, Li Shiling, was said to have a chance to enter the Confucian Academy in Tongye continent. The Yao family and the Li family were the pillars of the country in the Great Spring Dynasty. They were noble families. Even if the two families were to be connected by marriage, the people would not think that it was ambitious. Instead, it was a match made in heaven. It was the icing on the cake of the Great Spring Dynasty's prosperity. It was a well-deserved story. Since that was the case, how could Lady Yao have died? Jianyang's expression changed slightly. Old Hunchback's expression was uncertain. The girl on the second floor, Yao Lingji, looked at the white robe. Her beautiful face could not help but reveal a bitter expression. There was gratitude from the bottom of her heart, but there was also uncontrollable resentment. It was not that she was like this because she was afraid of death. Instead, it was because ever since the Lu family of Daquan had established the country in the Yao family's border army, within the Yao family's ancestral hall, there were layers upon layers of memorial tablets and memorial archways. Each and every one of them had the surname Yao. These ancestors who had died on the battlefield, other than giving their descendants the courage to face death, also gave their descendants a formless pressure. The purity of the Yao family could not be allowed to be tarnished in the slightest by their descendants. This was human nature. The descendants of the Yao family could die, but the reputation of the Yao family could not be tarnished. Otherwise, how could they face their ancestors? It was tragic and respectable. Chen Pingan did not respond to the third Prince Lu Mao's two questions. Lu Mao spoke for the third time, "Since it seems like you will not change your mind, then how about we ask the unrelated people in the inn to leave? These young people are the descendants of the nobles of the Great Spring Lu family. They did not lie in the shadows of their ancestors and enjoy the benefits. Instead, they personally went into the enemy's territory to kill the enemy. They should not die here." Reason, emotion, and Jianghu ethics. The young retainers at the two tables in the inn were all filled with righteous indignation. They glared at Chen Pingan. Especially the three people sitting at the same table with Gao Shi. Their eyes were burning with anger. They could not wait to chop off Chen Pingan's head and bring it to Gao Shi's grave as an apology. Wei Xian turned to look at Chen Pingan, waiting for his answer. Should he let them go or kill them? Chen Pingan ordered Wei Xian, "Don't let anyone go. As long as they don't go near the gate, don't bother." Wei Xian smiled and nodded. The eunuch was the only one who could act on his own in front of the third prince, Lu Mao. He said coldly with a feminine voice unique to eunuchs, "Your Highness, this is a group of ungrateful people. I beg you to allow me, General Su, and Mr. Su to take down this group of North Jin Kingdom thieves." "So what if they are swordsmen? They are just trash with one or two more flying swords." The woman was about to speak when the scholar comforted her, "Zhonyang, things have already come to this. Anyway, it can't get worse. Why don't we wait and see? No matter what you say now, it's meaningless." The little cripple, who was hiding behind the curtain of the kitchen, nodded vigorously. This Zhongai's words make sense in this lifetime. The old hunchback turned and said angrily, "You are already a cripple. Do you still want to be a mute?" The crippled teenager kept quiet out of fear and immediately shut up. In the end, the 5 people, including Chen Pingan, were all pure martial artists who were good at close combat. On the other hand, other than the General Su Qingzhou, the eunuch and Su Tong were Qi refinement warriors. There were also 2 tables of young retainers who belonged to them. They would only be restrained. On the second floor, Yao Lingji suddenly shouted at Chen Pingan, "Stop killing people. Otherwise, our Yao family will be destroyed by you." The door on the second floor opened. Pei Qian stared at the young girl and said angrily, "Stupid girl, shut your stinky mouth. If you dare to order my father around again, I will stab you to death with the supreme swordsmanship that my father taught me." Then, the little girl asked the first floor, "Father, I have finished reading the book once. What should I do?" Chen Pingan's back was facing the second floor. "Read it again." Then, Chen Pingan added, "If you dare to shout again, I will make you eat books instead of reading." Pei Qian nodded vigorously. "Okay, father. I will listen to you." The moment Pei Qian closed the door, everyone from both sides attacked almost at the same time. On the second floor, Sui Yuyu controlled the long sword Infatuation, which looked like a magic weapon, and used the crescent moon style to slash the neck of the immortal master Su Tong. Su Tong used the dipper steps, which was dazzling. Not only did he dodge Infatuation time and time again, but he also made a gesture with his 2 fingers. His sleeves were filled with spiritual aura, and on his robe, a scene of 5-colored cloud seal appeared. At the same time, several black-armored generals appeared around him. They had armor but no body, but they were very agile. Although Infatuation could easily pierce through those armors, it did not seem to damage the combat power of these talisman soldiers at all. Once, the long sword pierced through the face of an armored soldier. It actually raised its arms and clenched the blade tightly with its 10 fingers. Sizzling sounds were heard and a large number of sparks splashed out. Su Qingzhou, who was protected by the military school's armor pill, and Lu Baixiang, who was holding a narrow saber, stepped forward at the same time. Their sabers collided and a silver thread seemed to flow out from the tip of their sabers. In an instant, the 2 of them swapped positions after striking each other with their sabers. Outside the inn, 7 or 8 immortal spiritual weapons in the hands of Qi cultivators were smashing toward Wei Xian, who was blocking the door. It was especially bright in the night. Wei Xian suddenly grasped the armor pill of the deity and infused it with his spiritual aura. In an instant, he was covered in armor, which was exactly the same as Su Qingzhou, the general of Daquan. His fists were like dragons and as fast as thunder. His body was condensed like a waterfall, and with the protection of a low-grade Du armor, Wei Xian did not directly hit the weapons of the immortal masters. Instead, he just deflected them. Between the 2 sides, the fireflies that were drawn by the magic weapons slanted in front of Wei Xian, making clanging sounds. In the blink of an eye, Wei Xian was wrapped in the light. However, the more he fought, the braver he became, and his momentum soared. In the end, the woman of Lotus Blossom Blush Land was on the right side of Sword Fairy Sway. She looked indifferent. She put 2 fingers together in front of her chest and controlled the infatuation to attack Su Tong. Her other hand was as white as mutton fat. She gently twisted her wrist. Half of the chopsticks on the first floor turned into flying swords, as if they had received a military order. They flew past the soldiers and assassinated Su Tong. The remaining half flew to the second floor and hovered around her to deal with the unpredictable thunder art under Su Tong's palms. Every time they collided, a chopstick would turn into powder. Martial madman Zhu Lian squatted quietly on the railing, not saying a word. In his eyes, there were only Chen Pingan and the eunuch in the official's robe. These 2 people who could really decide the outcome had a tacit understanding. They went all out when they attacked. Using the mind talisman, Chen Pingan's first punch was the deity drum beating style. The guardian of the Great Quan dynasty, Huai Guang, used his yin spirit and yang spirit at the same time. The 2 dharma forms were illusory, but they had the majesty of a deity. Not only was Chen Pingan's punch blocked, but the eunuch's yin spirit also reached into his chest. Fortunately, he was wearing a golden robe. Although there was a heart-wrenching pain in his chest, Chen Pingan was still as immovable as a mountain. He stomped his foot. He stomped on the ground. His soul separated, and 3 Chen Pingan appeared. The other 2 once again used the deity's drum beating style. After the first punch, there were countless punches. After getting familiar with her, she played with those children all day long and became the king of the children over there. Later, they had a falling out over a kite and fought fiercely. It seems that she was beaten twice by an adult who rushed over. If it were an ordinary person, he would have stopped after suffering a loss. But your girl claimed to be my distant relative and relied on this to hire a few ruffians in her town to beat that man up in the dark. After that, she became even more lawless. Most of the children were neighbors in the alley, and when ghosts appeared at night, not to mention the children, even the adults were so scared that they did not dare to turn off the lights at night. Young Master Chin, you know that her town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables guarded the place for a whole night before they found the little girl who was pretending to be a ghost. Guess what the result was? Your girl was stunned and politely sent her back after saying something to them. You have to say, a group of constables in the guise of officials escorting a little girl into an inn really does look like a princess. Chen Pingan nodded and said, Young Master Chin, you know that her town is really haunted now. Because of this, several constables kept watch for a whole night before they found the little girl who pretended to be a ghost. Chen Pingan felt a headache coming on. He turned his head to look at Pei Qian, but he did not see him. He only saw a pair of legs. He must have been sitting at the top of the stairs. Junyang covered her mouth and laughed. Spending money to avert disaster is not a big deal. It's just a small amount of money, at most 10 taels of silver. You must not get involved in this matter. Just leave it to me. Young master, with your good temper, those people will be even more motivated. It's just a small matter, but they can make it sound like a disaster that pierces through the sky. Chen Pingan helplessly said, put it on the tab. I'll settle it with the room later. Junyang stopped laughing and said seriously, Young Master Chen is the benefactor of our Yao family. If I still have to fuss over such a trivial matter, won't I, Junyang, be ashamed? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, it's not the same thing. Junyang still wanted to say something, but Chen Pingan had already said, "I'll have to trouble madam with today's matter." Jionyang agreed and walked out of the counter leisurely. She elbowed the bookkeeper and took out some money from the drawer. She then went to the entrance of the inn to settle the matter. Huer town, located at the border, was a place where good and bad people were mixed together. Not everyone was capable, but they were certainly insightful. With so many people coming and going, there was nothing new that they had not heard before. There were still some people who had some ambition. As the accountant, he ordered the little cripple to bring them a few dishes to go with the wine. Zhong Kuei sat cross-legged on the bench and did not look serious. Chen Pingan asked, "I heard that you are from the Fu Academy." Zhong Kuei did not take it seriously and said casually, "Yes, I am. I am a gentleman." Impressive, right? Chen Pingan toasted a bowl of wine. Respect for gentlemen. Zhong Kuei quickly reached out to stop him, but Chen Pingan had already finished it. This gentleman from the Jianghu Academy sighed and said, "Is this worth a toast? I think you just want to drink, right?" Chen Pingan remembered the sage from the academy that he met in Shu Shui country, Zhou. He was very different from this gentleman in front of him. Zhou was at old Senior Song Swordwater Villa. He could decide a person's life and death just by reciting poems. Scholars, after reading different books, would probably have different graces. Zhong Kuei suddenly thought of something. The man who blocked the Qi refinement warriors outside that night was wearing the Du armor. If I am not wrong, it should be the West Peak recorded in the ancient books of the military school. It is one of the 8 ancestral armors of the Du armor. Is it passed down from your ancestors? Chen Pingan's heart trembled slightly. He shook his head and said, "I bought it from Lingji's shop in Inverted Hanging Mountain." Zhong Kuei asked, "How much did you spend on it?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I only spent some money on it. It is not expensive. I plan to give it away in the future." Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "Lingji's shop did not know the value of the goods and let you pick up a big bargain. But it is normal. The West Peak set up a restriction for the expert. If not for the fact that the academy had the secret manual that was about to be broken into pieces and was familiar with the inside story of the military school of the armor pill, I would not have recognized it. I advise you to keep it. It is such a valuable item. Moreover, it has so many stories. It is a pity to give it away." Chen Pingan did not say whether he would give it away or not. He asked curiously, "The 8 ancestral armors?" Zhong Kuei picked up a peanut and threw it into his mouth. "The full name of the Du armor is Deity Du armor." "Let me ask you, what deity?" "What Du?" Chen Pingan shook his head and did not know. Zhong Kuei smiled and said, "In addition to the West Peak, the other 7 earliest Du armors are Buddha Land, Flower Bud, Mountain Ghost, Narcissus, Sunglow, Colorful Clothes, and Sea of Clouds. Most of them were destroyed in the war and completely disappeared. There are not many left. Only the Mountain Ghost and Colorful Clothes are left. Although the West Peak in your hand is very shabby, it is considered good compared to the other 2 that were left in the world. If you meet someone who knows the value of the goods, you just have to ask for the highest price. I guarantee that you will make a lot of money. However, these ancestral armors have lost their foundation. Their supernatural power to protect the owner is less than 1 in 10. It is really regrettable. For this, I have to drink a glass of wine." Zhong Kuei lifted the bowl and drank it up first. Chen Pingan had to drink a bowl. Zhong Kuei took the initiative to talk about the storm. "Those 2 princes are not good people. If you still stay in the Great Spring, take it easy. There are rules at the foot of the mountain, and there are many masters at the foot of the mountain. For example, when the third prince met you, he was drenched in dog's blood because there is always someone better than him. Chen Pingan nodded and said, that's true. Zhong Kuei suddenly smiled and said, thinking about the fight between you and the pagoda scholar of the Great Spring that night, and seeing you agree with me at the table today, I am not used to it. What's wrong? You have suffered at the hands of the academy in your hometown, so you are afraid of such a gentleman title. Chen Pingan could not help laughing. Zhong Kuei said again, that day you said that everyone's reason is reason. I think you said it very well. As for asking the young marquis to ask himself, although it sounds more domineering and reasonable, in fact, it is a little impolite. Chen Pingan drank a mouthful of wine and said, it can't be helped. Zhong Kuei nodded and said, indeed, the world is like this. When you are in a cesspool, you think it is natural to eat shit. When someone serves you a dish, you are not willing to eat it. Chen Pingan was speechless. Was this the reason that a Confucian gentleman would say? Zhong Kuei sighed and said, but even if the world is rotten into a cesspool, it is not a reason for us to eat shit. At this moment, Chen Pingan was holding a dish with one hand and a bowl of wine with the other. He felt a little awkward. Zhong Kuei noticed Chen Pingan's strange behavior and hurriedly comforted him, we are not eating shit and urine. It is good wine and good food. Don't worry and eat. Chen Pingan ate and drank in silence. He could not keep up with this guy's thoughts when chatting with him. For a moment, Chen Pingan missed little treasure bottle. At the door, Junyang came out and quickly solved the problem. In the eyes of Hu town's residents, the inn was mysterious and evil. Therefore, they did not even have the courage to enter and complain. Chen Pingan thanked the woman and went to the stairs. Pei Qian was still sitting there and drawing. When Chen Pingan told her to follow him, she obediently followed behind him. She looked embarrassed and downcast, as if she had made a mistake and was repentant. However, Chen Pingan did not need to think to know that the little girl behind him was secretly delighted. He could even imagine Pei Qian's arrogance the next time she went to Hu town. When they reached the room, Chen Pingan sat down. Pei Qian did not dare to sit down. She closed the door and stood across the table. Chen Pingan went straight to the point and said, you will stay here from now on. I will give the inn a sum of money. Pei Qian suddenly looked up angrily. She was about to speak when she saw Chen Pingan's cold expression. She lowered her head again and said, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. I'll go to Hu town later and give Xiao Mei a butt curtain. I'll buy her a big butterfly that costs 40 copper coins. It's colorful and much prettier than a dragonfly. Xiao Mei and the others have been eyeing it for a long time, but they can't afford it for a bunch of poor kids who eat tonghulu as if it's the new year. Chen Pingan asked, where did you get the money? Pei Qian looked up and blinked. I borrowed it from Junyang. It's not much. Together, it's only 2 taels of silver. Chen Pingan asked, how are you going to pay it back? Pei Qian said timidly, I will put it on the tab first. He sat with Chen Pingan and even helped to pour wine. Liu Baixiang and the other 2 didn't go out. As for Pei Qian, he stayed in the room and didn't make any movements. Chen Pingan went out alone and walked slowly along the official road to Hu town. Walking on the bumpy yellow mud road, Chen Pingan turned his head and looked to the west. Then he turned around and walked back to the inn. He arrived at the entrance of the inn at about the same time as a group of people. Unexpectedly, there was the injured head of the Yao family, Great General Yao Jin. He brought along the youth who was in danger with him. In addition, there was also the martial arts genius Yao Lingji who personally experienced the incident at the inn, as well as a young woman with a curtain on her head. Behind these people were 5 or 6 riders. They were no longer the Yao family side riders, but rather the accompanying cultivators who didn't need to deliberately wear armor. In Dali, these mountain people who joined the army should be called Secretary Wu. After seeing Chen Pingan dressed in a long green robe, the dispirited old general who still insisted on personally going to the inn immediately dismounted from his horse and walked quickly to Chen Pingan. He cupped his hands and said, "Righteous man, you've saved us twice. Our Yao family is moved to tears. Tonight, we've come to visit our benefactor. Please accept my, Yao Zhen's, bow." After the old general finished speaking, he was about to bow deeply to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan could only stop the old general's arm and dispense with this grand bow. He had only stopped Yao Zhen. The rest of the Yao family disciples and the cultivators who were on the same side as the Yao family had already bowed in unison. The old general's face was pale. He had a forthright personality that had been honed on the battlefield. He asked straightforwardly, "How should my Yao family repay you?" Seeing Chen Pingan remain silent, the old general smiled and said, "It's not that I'm looking down on young master's chivalrous heart. It's just that if the Yao family were to turn a blind eye to such a great kindness, the Yao family would be too ashamed to hang the Yao character on the border army's banner." Chen Pingan was also not polite. He asked, "Does old general have a way for me to avoid the eyes and ears of the imperial court and go to Tian Ke Peak on the northern border?" Yao Zhen asked, "Benefactor, how many people are there?" Chen Pingan originally wanted to say 6 people, but when the words reached his mouth, he immediately changed his mind and said, 5 people. Yao Zhen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine. If Benefactor trusts the Yao family, just wait here for a few days. After that, we will definitely let Benefactor's group of 5 safely reach Tian Ke Peak in the northern border." Chen Pingan asked, "Will it cause trouble for you?" Yao Zhen laughed heartily and said, "We've already survived all the trouble as big as the sky. Right now, there's nothing that can be called trouble." When the old general said these words, his entire body was relaxed. Although his injuries were not light, and the bumpy ride made things worse, his words were as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. However, the people behind Yao Zhen all had heavy moods, and their expressions were filled with unwillingness. Yao Zhen did not seem to want to enter the inn, so he suggested that he and Chen Pingan take the official road. Chen Pingan did not object. The two of them distanced themselves from the crowd by a dozen steps. Yao Zhen revealed the secret and said softly, "I don't dare to lie to Benefactor. I've fought and killed my entire life. This time, His Majesty has shown mercy and allowed me to retire in the capital and take up the post of Minister of War. I can bring my family and retainers with more than 100 people, so Benefactor can stay with them." On the main road, the Yao family and the inn were getting further and further away. There was a woman riding alongside Yao Zhen. It was the woman wearing a veil hat. She lifted the veil hat, revealing a face that was naturally bewitching. She should be the Yao clan's femme fatale that Zhong Kue had mentioned. Although her appearance was charming, her temperament was cold. Her pair of peach blossom eyes were innately flirtatious throughout the year. Because the old man was injured, he didn't ride his horse. This old general who had been on the battlefield his entire life was becoming more and more convinced of his old age. The young woman softly asked, "Grandfather, why don't you go in and see Ninth Aunt? So many years have passed and we still have to go to the capital this time. Don't tell me we can't even see her once." Yao Zhen shook his head. "Forget it." The young woman turned to look at the saber-wielding girl and the silent youth. "Lingji and Xianji aren't feeling too good right now." Yao Zhen smiled. "They don't have to think that they are number 1 in the world every day. This is a good thing. Once they arrive at Mirage City, they will have to suffer." The young woman hesitated to speak. The old man was silent for a moment. This is good. She couldn't help but ask, Grandfather, do you not blame little aunt and little uncle at all? The old man didn't answer. In the darkness of the night, the old man suddenly smiled. I heard you say that they are profound, intelligent, eloquent, and upright heroes. What are their aptitudes? Although the young woman was puzzled and didn't know why her grandfather would mention this matter, she still replied, they are first, third, and second. The old man smiled and asked, then what do you think their benefactor is? The young woman shook her head. I don't dare to say that they are benefactors. The old man nodded and turned his head. Jinji, you shouldn't have gone to Mirage City. Don't you want to reconsider? It's not too late to regret now. The young woman named Yao Jinji smiled and said, since the fortune teller said, before she could finish, Yao Zheng glared at her and said, you can't say it. When we arrive at the capital, you can't say it. Yao Jinji giggled and put down the veil again to cover his face. For the next 2 days, the Yin and Hu town were peaceful. The little girl, Pei Qian, rarely went out. Even if she went out to look for food, she would deliberately avoid Chen Pingan. During this time, Chen Pingan accompanied Zhong Kuei to sit on the threshold and drink. The scholar said that he had to keep an eye on Hu town, but this wasn't the most important thing. He wanted to see Junyang every day. Chen Pingan asked him why he liked Junyang so much. Zhong Kuei thought for a long time and could only say that he was obsessed with her. Chen Pingan jokingly asked him how much he liked her. Zhong Kuei sighed and said that he didn't like her much, so he always felt sorry for Junyang. Chen Pingan was at his wits' end. He was a weirdo. Before the Yao family's team arrived at the inn, Sui Yuyu knocked on Chen Pingan's door and said that he had a few words to say. The two of them sat opposite each other. Sui Yuyu said slowly, after the longevity bridge is rebuilt, if you want to ascend to the upper 5 realms, you will need to refine 5 magic treasures that correspond to the 5 elements. The better the quality of the items you refine, the higher your cultivation achievements will be. Chen Pingan asked, for example. Sui Yuyu seemed to have expected this, or rather, the person who asked her to pass the message had calculated everything. She answered Chen Pingan almost exactly as he said, for example, the metal of the 5 elements could be the bag of refined gold coins or the golden gull. For example, the wood of the 5 elements could be the locust tree from Pearl Cave, or the divine bamboo from Green Mountain. For the water of the 5 elements, it could be the water character seal. For the earth of the 5 elements, it could be the dragon beheading platform, or the earth of the 5 mountains of the Dali dynasty. For the fire of the 5 elements, it could be some snake gall stones, or even a fire dragon on the wrist. Finally, Sui Yuyu said, these are just examples. As for what to refine, how to refine, and when to refine, you still have to decide for yourself. After Chen Pingan sent Sui Yuyu out of the room, he began to practice the sword furnace stance. That night, he slept soundly with the 1,000 years sleeping stance. Chen Pingan had a strange dream. In the dream, someone was blocking in front of him. Both of his arms were broken and dripping with blood. This person bent his back, with his back facing Chen Pingan. He bit the hilt of his sword with his mouth and performed an unimaginable horizontal sword stance. Chen Pingan woke up and opened his eyes. He tried hard to remember the dream, but he could only remember a vague back view. And when Chen Pingan was lying on the bed in a daze, far outside the inn, one big and one small were piling up a small mound. Zhong Kuei and Pei Qian, the former squatted there and looked at it, the latter added soil after filling it with soil, building a mound that looked like a small grave. He also specially found a wide and thin stone and inserted it in front of the grave. After completing the task, the little girl whose face was covered with mud turned her head to Zhong Kuei and said solemnly, "This is Chen Pingan's grave. From now on this day every year, both of us will come to pay our respects." Zhong Kuei was puzzled. What is this? Pei Qian sat on the ground and crossed his arms. He gritted his teeth and said, "In my heart, Chen Pingan is already dead." Zhong Kuei made an "oh" sound. "In that case, this small grave can be called a cenotaph." Pei Qian frowned. "What do you mean?" Zhong Kuei rested his chin on his arm and stared blankly at the small grave and small tombstone. Actually, he was looking at Pei Qian's bright eyes from the corner of his eyes. The scholar seemed to be deep in thought and seemed to have understood something. First, set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember. Book guest residence. "3:40, Chen Pingan lay on his bed. That strange dream was still lingering in his mind. The last time was when he was reading in his dream on the ferry on Osmanthus Island. He didn't know what deeper meaning it had this time. Or was it just a dream? Was he being too paranoid? Chen Pingan sat up. Since he couldn't sleep, he went to the table and began to count his belongings. During the day, Junyang sent a message that the Yao clan's entourage would pass by Hure town tomorrow morning. At that time, the two parties would travel together to the Mirage City and part ways at a famous ferry outside the capital. Chen Pingan and his party would continue to head north to visit the immortal Heavenfall Peak. The old General Yaojin had already arranged 2 identities for them. The latter half of their journey would be smooth and unimpeded. Chen Pingan lit the oil lamp and placed the blade-strengthening gourd on the table. The 15th flying sword flew out. Chen Pingan took out the golden wine robe. He was a little distressed. He was distressed about the damage to the golden wine robe. He was even more distressed about the copper coin used to repair the golden wine robe. He had already used up the Guyu money. It wasn't some small summer money or snow money. It was one of the small bag of golden wine coins that Jing Dafeng gave to Chen Pingan as a reward for his breakthrough in Old Dragon City. Chen Pingan touched the neatly folded robe and sighed. No wonder people said that cultivation was a job that required mountains of gold and silver. No one should say that they had too much money to spend. However, Chen Pingan couldn't help but think of Lu Yuzhou from the Upside Down Mountains Ape Raven Prefecture. Lu Yuzhou's father was probably the same age as the god of wealth of the Snow Mountain continent. That was why he had the right to worry about having too much money. Chen Pingan took out the bag of golden wine coins again and gently poured them on the table. They piled up one by one and formed a small building that was less than the height of a palm. Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. It was just that the building was a little small and short. Otherwise, he would be happier. None of these invaluable gold and fine copper coins had the same color. Instead, they were all betting coins. On the front and back of the coins were engraved the words, "Eliminate Evil" and "World Peace." The characters were different from the betting coins that Chen Pingan had first encountered in the Lizhu cave. It seemed that every 60 years, there would be changes in the coins that were made. When Chen Pingan was at the Upside Down Mountain, he learned a seemingly shallow but actually extremely orthodox refining chant from the golden wine coins. Previously, when he refined the golden wine coins, it only took him the time to drink a cup of tea. The golden wine robe was torn in many places, and the warp and weft threads were like willow branches sprouting. It was very magical. Chen Pingan estimated that the robe would be restored to its original state in at most 10 days. Another unexpected surprise was that Chen Pingan discovered that the golden dragons on the robe were acting strangely. The pearl held by the largest dragon and the eyes of the 2 smaller golden dragons were not shining with a golden light. After eating the gold essence copper coins, it was like adding a finishing touch to a dragon's painting. In particular, the spiritual energy contained in the golden pearl was as thick as water. This discovery made Qin Pingan, who had never been obsessed with magic weapons in the world, somewhat moved. Because the appearance of this golden wine robe was the same as Wei Xian and Zhu Lian's martial arts realm. It was rising. One had to know what was above magical treasures. Immortal weapons. The wealthy Fu family of the old Dragon City, which had thousands of years of accumulation, did not have a true immortal weapon. However, Qin Pingan did not expect the golden wine robe to grow into a magic robe with the appearance of an immortal weapon. After all, only God knew how many golden wine coins were needed to supplement it. Moreover, now that the Pearl Cave no longer existed, the 3 types of golden wine coins were very likely to be cut off and never appear in the world again. Even if he was lucky enough to cultivate the longevity bridge, he still had to refine the 5 magic weapons of the 5 elements. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, for Qin Pingan, this was actually not too bad. It was just practicing a million punches after practicing a million punches. As long as he could see the road under his feet clearly and know where he should go next, it would be fine. As for how far it was and how difficult it was, he did not need to think about it. Qin Pingan continued to take out some of the items that he had kept for a long time. The golden script gallbladder that Lord Xingwang, Shenwen, gave to him. It was a fragment of the golden body that was left behind after the god's death. There was a pile of green bamboo slips that could be traced back to the Green Immortal Mountain. Most of them had been carved with poems by Qin Pingan. There was also the snake gall stone that Huang Guan, He Xiaoliang, returned to him. Finally, Qin Pingan took out the water seal carved by Mr. Qi himself and gently placed it in the center of the table. Qin Pingan lay on the table. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers are inseparable. The mountain seal had been destroyed in the flood dragon ditch, and the water seal seemed a little lonely. Qin Pingan was in a daze. A thought came to his mind. On the way back, he would find a chance to buy a white jade hairpin. The material was normal. After carving the words, he could put it in his hair bun. It was not to show off, it was purely because he felt that with his current outfit, even if he did not wear the golden robe, he would still wear a long green robe and a jade hairpin. He was not a scholar, but he could still pretend to be one. Then when he returned to the Baoping continent, he would go to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui to find Li Baoping and the others. He would finally not have to worry about implicating them and causing them to be looked down upon by their classmates. After reading so many books and seeing so many sages, Qin Pingan still liked those words the most. The words of a gentleman were as gentle as jade. However, when he thought of the gentleman sleeping on the floor of the inn, Qin Pingan was a little curious about the Dafu Academy. If it was not for the fact that it was inappropriate to delay his journey in the Tongya continent, Qin Pingan really wanted to visit the academy. One by one, Qin Pingan kept everything back into the square-inch object. Jing Dafeng wanted to settle the old and new debts. Other than a bag of gold and copper coins, there was also a legendary item close to him. It was a piece of jade without any seal characters. It was extremely simple and elegant. However, Qin Pingan was used to dealing with the 15 flying swords. It was convenient for him, so he did not touch the items close to him. Even Earth immortals of the nascent soul realm might not have a treasure. Qin Pingan just hid it away. The dew armor, West Peak, was temporarily given to Wei Xian. The narrow saber, Still Snow, was hung on Lu Baixiang's waist. The sword of infatuation was carried on Sui Yu's back. The golden demon binding rope made from the old flood dragon's long beard could be used as a belt if it was not for its color being too eye-catching. Regardless of whether it was the usual snow-white color of the golden necklace or the 2 green robes bought from the marketplace, it did not match. After putting away his rich belongings, Qin Pingan was in a good mood. The only way to ease his worries was through money and wine. He stood up and walked to the window to open it. Suddenly, he found that Pei Qian next door did not move at all. The walls of the inn were not soundproof. The little girl often snored when she slept. Chen Pingan thought that Pei Qian was like before, acting like a mouse in the middle of the night and stealing food from the kitchen on the first floor. However, after waiting for about half an hour, he heard the sound of the inn's door opening and closing. Chen Pingan casually flicked his finger and instantly extinguished the light. Soon, he heard the sound of Pei Qian going upstairs. When the door next door closed, Chen Pingan calmed down. He lit the oil lamp again and took out 3 books to read. They were borrowed from Gu Kan, given to him by Li Shixing, and given to him by Jing Dafeng. By now, he had already memorized the chapters in the book by heart. However, other than the mountain-quaking fist sleeping stance, 1,000 years, which he had recently started studying, there was almost no progress in talismans and sword techniques compared to before he accidentally entered the lotus flower-blessed land. He really could not afford to be distracted. Chen Pingan believed that he could try writing some of the talismans that were slightly higher in quality than the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman. There was a chance that he could finish them in one go. Chen Pingan read until dawn. Before the sun rose, he heard a light rustling sound coming from next door. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Chen Pingan put away the 3 books and got up to open the door. In the end, he saw Pei Qian, who seemed to be ready to go. She had a cotton bag on her back and a walking stick in her hand. She looked up with a bright smile and asked, "When are we leaving for Mirage City?" Chen Pingan asked, "Didn't I tell you to stay in the inn?" Pei Qian's smile did not change as he continued to play dumb. "Do you want me to wake up the little cripple to cook for us? We can only set off when we are full. I heard that Hure town is 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers away from Great Spring City. It is very far." Just as Chen Pingan was about to speak, a down-and-out scholar yawning appeared at the top of the stairs and walked over to the 2 of them. Zhong Kuei slapped the back of Pei Qian's head and asked Chen Pingan with sleepy eyes, "The Yao family came so early. Yao Zhen wants to be the Minister of War so much." Pei Qian, who was slapped for no reason, was furious. She raised her walking stick and was about to cut Zhong Kuei in half. But after seeing Chen Pingan, she immediately stopped and complained in a low voice, "A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. How can you be a scholar? You deserve Zhonyang to look down on you. Little cripple is right. Poor scholars like you are the most hateful in the world." Zhong Kuei ignored the little girl's nagging and pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingan, you'd better take her with you. I don't want to face such a girl every day. It's too tiring. I reckon that the plum wine will be tasteless. Besides, Hure town is not peaceful. If you keep her here, it will go against your original intention." Pei Qian immediately stood up and straightened her chest. She looked down and tried to make herself look well-behaved. Chen Pingan did not immediately give an answer. "Let me think about it." Zhong Kuei nodded and smiled. "You have to think about it." Chen Pingan went downstairs for a walk. Just as Zhong Kuei opened the door to the inn, Zhonyang and the others were already up and busy with breakfast. Zhu Lian and the other 3 opened the door to the 2nd floor almost at the same time. It became lively all of a sudden. When Pei Qian and Zhong Kuei went downstairs, she secretly tugged on Zhong Kuei's sleeve. When he turned around, Pei Qian whispered, "I will put in a good word for you in front of Zhonyang. Is this returning the favor?" Zhong Kuei gave her a thumbs up. "You are so righteous." Chen Pingan went out for a walk for a few miles. He walked slowly on the official road with the 6-step walking stance. He felt refreshed. He looked at the silhouette of Hur town in the distance. Chen Pingan almost could not hold back. He wanted to take out the Yang lighting talisman, the only one made of golden material. He wanted to see what kind of deity was hiding in Hur town. If it was really a demon with a high cultivation level, the ordinary lighting talisman might not be able to reveal it. If it could make the gentlemen of Dafu Academy stay here to guard, it could not be some great demon of the 5 realms, from Colorful Clothes Kingdom. However, Chen Pingan forcibly extinguished the thought. If he really took out the golden lighting talisman, if there really was a demon lurking in Hur town, the talisman would burn. It would be a warning and also a provocation. Chen Pingan would not find trouble for himself if he had nothing better to do. Besides, it was a rare golden talisman. Every time he used it, there would be one less. He would not be so wasteful. After Chen Pingan returned to the inn, he sat by the door and felt a headache coming on. It turned out that Pei Qian and Zhong Kue were sitting at the same table. Zhong Kue had drunk a little wine and was misleading the other students. Pei Qian listened attentively with a look of enlightenment. Zhong Kue asked, "Do you know why a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists?" Pei Qian replied, "Scholars can't fight." Zhong Kue lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "The true meaning of this saying is that a gentleman only needs to use his mouth and the other party is already dead." Pei Qian was puzzled. Gentlemen are so good at arguing. Can they scold each other to death? Zhong Kue put one leg on the bench. His face was full of pride. He raised his eyebrows and signaled the little girl to pour wine for him before telling the truth. Pei Qian rolled her eyes, full of disdain. She looked at Zhong Kue from the corner of her eyes. Her tan little face clearly said, "Who do you think you are?" Zhong Kue was not angry. He stretched out a finger and poked the charcoal-like little girl. He laughed and said, "Only you don't like to be taken advantage of." Pei Qian was angry. She stood up and bent over to slap Zhong Kue's finger away. Zhong Kue moved his body and was about to point at Pei Qian, but Pei Qian kept waving her hand. Jionyang looked at Zhong Kue from the counter in the distance. She didn't think that a man's childlike innocence was worthy of a woman's respect. But since Zhong Kue could do this, he shouldn't be a bad person. Pei Qian had never met such a shameless scholar. She was so tired that she panted and sat back down. She sneered, "Since a gentleman is so powerful, why do they say it's better to offend a gentleman than a villain?" Zhong Kue smiled and said, "That's because you didn't meet me." Pei Qian's mouth twitched. "You're just making things up. How could you have read more books than my father?" Zhong Kue slapped his own face. He was speechless. It was as if he didn't have the face to face the sages and teachers on the altar. "Consider it my loss." Chen Pingan walked over to Jionyang and took out the silver he had prepared. Jionyang didn't refuse this time. The silver was only 20 to 30 taels. Since this benefactor of the Yao family was willing to give it, she could only accept it. She smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Qin, I hope you can help me take care of Lingji in the capital. She is arrogant and not likable. Young Master, please accommodate her. Take it as me asking for a yard after getting an inch." Chen Pingan nodded and agreed. He then smiled and stretched out his hand. Jionyang was confused. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The reward for taking care of Miss Yao is at least 20 to 30 taels." Jionyang hadn't laughed so happily for many years. She slapped the silver into Chen Pingan's palm. The woman was overjoyed. "Oh, I didn't expect young master to be such a shrewd businessman." Chen Pingan kept the silver and joked, "You need to know how to make money when you are away from home." Zhong Kuei turned his head to look at Jionyang and Chen Pingan, who were happily interacting with each other. He shouted towards the kitchen, "When breakfast is served later, remember to bring me a bowl of aged vinegar. I want a big bowl." After breakfast, the sound of horses galloping on the road outside the inn became clearer. Farewell was imminent. Chen Pingan suddenly thought of something and asked Zhong Kuei tentatively, "Can you help me write a spring festival couplet?" Chen Pingan thought that the scholar in green robes in front of him was a gentleman from the academy. He must be good at writing. It would be a good omen for him in the coming year. Zhong Kuei's eyes lit up. "Will you pay?" Jionyang laughed angrily. "Do you only care about money?" Zhong Kuei was resentful. He ran to the counter and rubbed his hands. "Jionyang, give me a brush and ink." Jionyang rolled her eyes. "You are an accountant. Can't you find it yourself?" The inn had a brush, ink, and red paper cut into blank spring festival couplets. This was because the old hunchback had always done it himself during the past New Year's. He was Yao Zhen's third brother after all. Although the Yao family was one of the wealthiest families at the border, they were not negligent when it came to poetry and writing. If the Yao family's disciples were really unrefined martial artists, they would not be able to do it. Chen Pingan said that there was no need to prepare a brush and ink. He had it. Before he said this, he had already flipped his wrist and took out a small snow awl from his fangsuan object. Pei Qian very flatteringly took the pair of red paper couplets and spread them on a wine table. She did not forget to remind Zhong Kuei, who was standing in front of the table with his sleeves rolled up. "You have to put in more effort and write better. You have to hang it on the wall of my house in the future." Zhu Lian and the other three gathered around, curious about what this gentleman would write. As for where Chen Pingan got the brush and how he could write without dipping it in ink, Jionyang pretended not to see anything. After Zhong Kuei took the brush, he concentrated his qi into his dantian. His expression was solemn. With a light shout, his brush moved like a dragon and snake as he wrote down 5 words. The words were proper, but they did not seem to have the strength of character or charm. The content was that the brush drops to shock the wind and rain. It was obvious that this was not a spring festival couplet. Instead, it was as if Zhong Kuei had finally found an opportunity to show off his scholarly identity. Zhu Lian had been bending over and carefully looking at the words with a smile on his face. Sui Yuyu had already turned his head to look at the inn's entrance. The Yao family would be arriving soon. Jionyang expressionlessly said, "Little cripple, go get a broom. Someone is itching for a beating." Zhong Kuei innocently said, "Don't. I wrote it with all my heart. If it doesn't work, I'll write another one. The cost of these 2 spring festival couplets on the table will be on me." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's pretty good. I'll take this one. Just write another 5 words. Jionyang glared at Zhong Kuei. The latter quickly pushed the gloating little cripple away. "Go to your master's room and get another pair of couplets." "Forget it, I'll just write 2. If Jionyang is not satisfied, I'll change it." Zhong Kuei wrote the first couplet. The poem after the first couplet was like weeping ghosts and gods. Perhaps he felt that he had written too big. Zhong Kuei laughed dryly and found a way out for himself. "I'm rusty. I didn't write it well. It's not even half of my usual skill." Zhong Kuei wrote the next 2 couplets in a proper and festive manner. They were proper spring festival couplets and were not as sloppy as the first couplet. The new year brings joy to the rest of the year. After writing the second couplet, Zhong Kuei was extremely satisfied. He said that the content of this couplet was the ancestor of all spring festival couplets in the world. Jionyang was most satisfied with the third couplet because it was suitable for the occasion. It said that the country was prosperous, the family was prosperous, the country was prosperous, and the old and the young were safe. Even Pei Qian felt that it was pretty good. He finally gave Zhong Kuei some face. Chen Pingan carefully put away the 3 couplets and thanked Zhong Kuei with cupped fists. Zhong Kuei accepted it calmly. Then the two of them looked at each other. Chen Pingan reminded him helplessly, "Brush." Zhong Kuei asked, "I've already given you 3 couplets with such beautiful meanings. Can't you just give me a brush?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I can't." Zhong Kuei wanted to bargain, but he saw that Junyang's face was dark. He guessed that she would personally sweep him out of the house without the little cripple looking for a broom. He sighed and reluctantly handed the little snow cone back to Chen Pingan. He muttered, "The brush on the pole has the word God. It's fated to be with me. What a perfect match. Chen Pingan, you're breaking up an affectionate couple. You're killing the mood." Chen Pingan didn't try to hide it. He put away the little snow cone that Li Shixing had given him and said with a smile, "I really can't give it to you." Seeing Zhong Kuei's pitiful expression, Junyang smiled and said, "I'll waive the cost of the couplets. Not only that, but for the sake of the 3 couplets, you can take a jug of 5-year-old plum wine." Zhong Kuei immediately beamed with joy. The official road outside the inn was already filled with dust. The saber-wielding girl, Yao Lingji, and the youth, Yao Xianji, dismounted their horses and went to the entrance of the inn to welcome Chen Pingan and his party. Junyang told Yao Lingji to be careful on the road and then choked with sobs. The girl's eyes also reddened. She lowered her head and turned away, no longer looking at her mother's worried face. Yao Zhen, dressed in casual clothes, stood beside a carriage. In the Yao clan's party entering the capital this time, other than the 3 intentionally empty carriages, there were also 5 tall steeds specially prepared for Chen Pingan. They were all first-class warhorses from the Great Spring Border Army. Even the children of the capital's top-notch nobles might not be able to own one. Yao Zhen didn't expect that other than the skinny little girl and the stunning woman with the long sword on her back, the rest of Chen Pingan's group of 4 would all choose to ride warhorses north. Yao Zhen had no objections to this. After greeting Chen Pingan, the old general returned to his own carriage. There were a dozen or so books on the art of war, all of which were passed down through the Yao clan's ancestors. Each book had many notes and insights of the Yao clan's ancestors as they flipped through the pages. Almost every page was like this. Perhaps this was the orderly inheritance of a noble clan, the continuous flow of incense. This time, Yao Zhen only brought 3 Yao clan children. The 3 of them belonged to the same generation. Yao Jinji sat alone in a carriage, while Yao Xianji and Yao Lingji rode side by side at the rear of the party. 7 or 8 accompanying cultivators were scattered among the group. Yao Zhen and Chen Pingan frankly admitted that 2 of them were secretly worshipped by the Great Spring Dynasty. If they hadn't been ordered to enter the capital this time, even he, as the highest-ranking general of the Great Spring Dynasty, had no right to mobilize those 2 cultivators. The other 60 or so riders were all old border soldiers who were familiar with archery and horses. There were also a few family members of these old soldiers. Most of them were stewards of the Yao clan's manors, servants, and so on. Chen Pingan was mixed in with the group, riding slowly. Even though Zhu Lian was sitting on a horse, his body was still curled up, rocking up and down with the horse's back. He seemed to be the most casual and amiable of Chen Pingan's 4 retainers. Liu Baixiang was resting with his eyes closed. Wei Xian was like a fish in water in the cavalry group. He was very natural. At the end, Junyang was unwilling to withdraw her gaze for a long time. The old hunchback was squatting at the door, smoking a pipe. The spirals of smoke covered his wrinkled, weathered face, like the mountain mist between the ravines of the mountains. The little cripple climbed to the roof and looked into the distance. They had just parted, but he was already looking forward to the next reunion with that sword-bearing sister. Zhong Kuei came to the small grave. The stone tombstone had already fallen. Someone had even dug up the soil and taken away the items inside the cenotaph. It was a bit fun. Children, after all. Zhong Kuei rubbed his head and turned to look at the majestic group. He withdrew his gaze, put his hands behind his back, and staggered back to the inn. He muttered to himself, "The sun rises from the eastern sea, melting gold for 10,000 miles. When the moon sets in the west, the night apes rise. It's a pity that it's not a good book, or else it would be a masterpiece passed down from generation to generation." Zhong Kuei thought for a moment, hesitating whether or not he should make a trip to He Town. Master was a little too timid. He was, after all, the Mountain Lord of De Fu Academy, and was born in the residence of a saint in the central divine continent. Although that nine-tailed fox's name was at the very front of the second page written by Lord Bai, since he knew her real name, wouldn't it be a simple matter if he wanted her to die? Zhong Kuei hugged the back of his head with his hands. A cool breeze caressed his face. It was as if the autumn wind was still swirling in his raised sleeves. The women in the inn had never seen Zhong Kuei like this. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second, you're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.